Ajax were seen as the favorites going into this second leg with that 1-0 advantage. They were also dominating until halftime, and then it all changed. What do you think made the difference there?
I think a couple of things. I think that the tactical tweak made by Mauricio Pochettino to bring on Fernando Llorente was a massive, massive boost to them. It meant they had a striker. It meant they had a focal point. And also, Ajax's inexperience and their decision to sit back and drop deep just invited Spurs into the game. So I think that whilst Pochettino deserves credit for the comeback, I also think a little bit of the blame has to lie at the door of Ajax. But as I say, it's such an inexperienced team. The first time they've been in this situation, it's not surprising to see them drop deep. And they were just a couple of minutes from getting to the final. But as I say, Pochettino in tears at the final whistle, and rightly so. He's masterminded this run to the final.
Now, it will be an all-English final, as we were saying, only the second one in the history of the competition after that Manchester United-Chelsea final in 2008. Liverpool, Tottenham, do you have a favourite? Who do you see winning that title?
Yeah, Liverpool are the favourites at 4-7, and I think that's probably fair enough. I think that this season they've looked so strong in the league, they've looked so strong in Europe, and they've got an expensively assembled squad. We can expect the likes of Mo Salah and Roberto Firmino to be back as well. But you cannot rule out Tottenham. It looked like Tottenham would be going out in the group stages. It looked like they were going to have a difficult game against Manchester City. It looked like they were going to go out tonight. And the spirit that they've got is obviously so impressive. And Harry Kane to return as well. They hope for the final, which could be a huge boost if he does. Although with Lucas Moura around, do they need him? But I think Liverpool are the rightful favourites at the moment. And I think that they are the likely winners.
Well, we'll see that, and obviously it will be one more exciting game to finish off this European season in the Champions League. Thank you very much, George Elek, for speaking to us. That final of the Champions League, which will be taking place on June 1st at Atletico Madrid's Wanda Metropolitano Stadium. But European football also continues this Thursday with the Europa League semi-finals, and we could have two more English clubs in that final. Chelsea are hosting Eintracht Frankfurt following a 1-1 draw in the first leg, a result that gives the Blues a slight advantage thanks to that away goal in Germany. They'll be without their injured midfielder N'Golo Kanté, but they are confident that having won their last 9 Europa League home fixtures, the Blues could also be more relaxed after securing their spot in next season's Champions League with a 3-0 win over Watford in the Premier League last weekend. But Mauricio Sarri wants silverware to cap off this good season for the Blues.
I think that we reached the target of the club. And so we are really very happy with this. Now we have to play in another competition. And the target is to reach the final, the first target. And the final target is to win the competition, of course, because our feeling is that we deserve to win a trophy.
In the other semi-final, Arsenal traveled to Valencia with a comfortable 3-1 advantage from the first leg. But of course, as we've seen in recent games, a comeback is always possible, especially with what could prove to be a crucial away goal for the Spaniards. And Valencia have a great record at home, having won their last 8 home games in the competition. Now, of course, for Arsenal, Mark, this the Europa League looked like their only chance to reach the Champions League next season because they're currently 5th. They're still not sure that they will be in the Europa League, but with Liverpool and Tottenham in the final, this means that a 5th place in the Premier League could very much send you to the Champions League next season. So they might still have 2 ways to make it to the Champions League. But of course, a final in the Europa League and possibly silverware would be much better than the other way around.
Indeed. Do you remember the days when the Spanish teams used to dominate the Champions League? It all seems to be changing.
It has
interesting.
Changed quite a bit.
Interesting. Very interesting. As ever. Keravan, thank you very much indeed. Great to see you. Keravan Gorjestani with all the sport.
A trail of chopped-down trees cuts through the protected indigenous land. This site is familiar by now to Tachi, a chief of the Arara people in the northern Brazilian Amazon.
It's sad when you see the trees lying on the ground like that. That piece of wood is already dead.
Last year, a few families moved here to repel illegal loggers on the outskirts of their land. Criminals strike easily from the nearby Trans-Amazonian Highway. But after President Jair Bolsonaro's election in October, the logging only picked up. Frustrated and defiant, Pachi and his warriors resort to extreme measures. After repeated warnings, they set fire to this illegal logging truck.
If the authorities don't do anything, we will take action in our own way. And when we act, Bolsonaro's people will be responsible for the bloodshed.
But only hours later, trucks set off again for the forest under the cover of darkness. The mighty Amazon teems with illegal loggers, farmers, miners, and land speculators. Bit by bit, they eat the forest smaller, sometimes killing those who stand in their way. Leaders from the Arara and other tribes hit out at the invasions in a recent meeting with a senior cabinet minister.
We want the government to do something urgently, because there will be trouble for the illegal farmers. Is that what you want?
I am a chief. I will die if you kill my land, but I will fight for my people.
Invaders feel emboldened by the new far-right president's talk, the leaders said. Bolsonaro spurns indigenous people's culture and a right to land they won after centuries of oppression. But his emissary, General Carlos Santos Cruz, said the government is not encouraging crime.
That is absurd. The invasion of any land, the occupation of any area, indigenous or not, or private, is criminal. This can't be tolerated. It's a case for the police.
Deforestation levels reached a decade high in Brazil last year. Studies show that the Amazon's best hope of survival lies with indigenous people.
I don't think there's any doubt this will be very interesting. Yeah. You know, if you're a regular viewer to the show, you know, normally I give a little preview about what we're going to talk about. But today, I don't really know where this one goes. I think you'll understand why once I introduce our guests. Okay, here goes.
You just sound unprepared.
That's the story of my life. Mike Reiss. For 30 years, Mike has been the producer and writer, wait for it, of The Simpsons. Need I say more? I will. Good. He has won 4 Emmys, a Peabody Award, written 19 children's books, as well as written jokes for Johnny Carson, Joan Rivers, Gary Shandling, and of course, Pope Francis.
That's not a joke. I wrote jokes for the Pope.
You can't make this stuff up, folks, I'll tell you. All right, Alexander, I can sympathize that is a tough act to follow, but you're not.
Yeah, I'm just about to convert to Catholicism because of this, right?
You're no shrinking violet either, so let's get that right now. Alexander is, among other things, the toughest judge on both Sweden's Got Talent and Swedish Idol. Yes, he has a successful career, 25 years as a producer and artist in the music business, but it's his mind as a radical philosopher and futurologist that really sets him apart, along with that beard. Alexander is also the author of 5 books. I'm going to read the title of just one of them. Digital Libido, Sex, Power, and Violence in the Network Society. Now, I got about 9 questions off that title alone. But at a certain level, both of you gentlemen are cultural observers.
Yes.
So let's just start with the macro. Alexander, from over there, what do we look like over here?
Well, the thing is, it becomes a lot easier to observe something when you do it at a distance. So I have a lot of friends in America who call me, because I'm based in Scandinavia, in Europe, and they call me about things that happen over here. And it's very often a lot easier to predict what's going to happen when you sit on the outside than if you're on the inside.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what philosophy is. Philosophers are essentially those guys who walk the furthest away from something to observe it at the furthest possible distance.
So what do we look like from
Well,
a
the thing is,
distance?
if you look at something at a real distance, you also see connections that nobody else sees. You also see opportunities for the future nobody else sees. So I'm essentially working now a lot in California when I come over here with tech companies who found out that they don't understand what digital is because nobody does. So they got to work with philosophers to try to come to grips with this. So yes, for example, I'll give you an example: the Trump versus Clinton election. I had a lot of friends in New York and California who were completely shocked that Trump won the election. So they called me, because I live outside, and they called me, did you see it coming? Yeah, I did. I betted on it. Made a handsome lot of money. You know, why did you do that?
You bet on Trump
I did. I saw the numbers. Clinton was about to win. The last weekend, Clinton took Beyonce and Jay-Z up on stage. Okay? Now, if you're a white guy living in Wisconsin, Ohio, you know, Minnesota, somewhere like that, and you see her take Beyonce up on stage. Beyonce's not a victim, come on. Beyonce just did Black Lives Matter as a huge gay drama at Super Bowl the year before, right? So if you're a football fan and you're a white guy living in Michigan, you don't think Beyonce is exactly what you wanted to see the last weekend.
We are going to get to you.
And I'm a Beyonce fan, big Beyonce fan. Probably would have voted for Clinton myself. I lived in America, believe it or not. But I saw it coming, so I just thought, okay, this is going to flip the whole thing. And it did. That's exactly what happened. So it's not that you're smarter in any way because you're a philosopher. It's just that you've made an effort to remove yourself as far away as possible from what other people are observing, and that's where you can get it right.
And the beard had nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it. Absolutely not.
All right. Mike.
We have questions for the beard itself.
Simpsons, satire, I mean, awarded many years, just fantastic. What was your original intention? I mean, before episode 1 hit the air, what was the idea?
I hope I'm not, I don't know how long this story will be till it comes out of my mouth, but the fact of it was I was a TV writer for about 10 years working for live action people.
Right.
And I get a call from Matt Groening, and he says, we're doing a new show called The Simpsons based on these short cartoons.
The cartoons
had started as 1-minute cartoons on the Tracy Ullman Show, the lowest rated show on television.
Yeah.
And at the time, I was writing for It's Gary Shandling Show, the second lowest rated show on TV. And Matt calls me up. He says, you want to work on this? We're turning it into a half-hour show. Do you want to work on it? And I said, why are you calling me? You don't know me. And he said, I'm calling you because everyone else has turned the job down. Nobody wanted to work on The Simpsons. And
that's high praise.
It's amazing. And, you know, it's very hard to even put yourself in the mindset and the context of why it was considered not just not a good career move, but poison. And one of our original writers on the show was the son of a very prestigious comedy writer. And his father was begging him, don't do this, don't take this job. And it just sounded like a dead end. Fox was a brand new network, had a terrible reputation. Nobody knew if it would be there.
But they were prepared to think outside the box.
Yes. You know, it's funny. I mean, people look at Fox News and think that's Fox, far to the right. But when they came on TV, they broke all the rules. They couldn't have been more liberal, couldn't have been bigger risk takers.
Sure.
So it was the Wild West, and we all went to the show, just the 6 people who agreed to take this job.
Are you all the same people now, 30 years later?
No. Although it's an interesting thing. The Simpsons is such a great job, such a nice place to work, that we could, if we wanted to, reconstitute the original writing staff, except Conan O'Brien was one of our, he's one of our earliest writers, and he's got another job. The rest of us, I know, would all love to come back, but in the early days of the show, we all worked on the show. Almost no one who worked on the show had written it a half-hour TV script.
Well, I'm going to come back to you about where you get your ideas and so forth. But first, I have to ask Alexander a question.
It's the Alex show.
Are you the Swedish evil twin of Simon Cowell? Is that what
Yeah,
we're
I've been
looking at
described
here?
like that, even by Simon himself.
Really?
Yeah. I'm essentially his role on the Scandinavian version of his show.
He's the producer, though.
Yeah, Fremantle in the UK.
So he
it's a
chose
really
you.
inventive television company.
He chose you.
Yeah, so what they do is that you launch the show either in the UK or the US.
Yeah.
Hopefully both. And then when it works, it becomes a format.
Yeah.
And some of the formats you got over here actually come from places like Scandinavia. Like you had Survivor, for example.
Yes.
That started as a TV show called Robinson in Sweden. So that's a format owned by Swedes and Dutch guys who exported it to America.
Do
The
they
television
get- do they
goes in
get
both
any-
directions.
Are
yeah.
they getting any royalties off Survivor?
I dated the woman who did.
Oh, wow.
She didn't really need it for the money, let's put it that way.
Right.
Okay. She's amazing.
How
Now,
did Simon choose you?
No, well, they look around for each market they're going to and see who they could find. The case with me was that I was about to finish my career in the music industry because the whole career with philosophy and futurology had taken off, and I'd
That's
done
where
my
the big
stuff.
money is.
Yeah, I opened my computer one morning and saw that Spotify had 18 million songs in there, and I'm just like, do they need another song from me? Not really. But the world needs really good digital philosophy. So I decided
do you
to go
sing?
for that.
I mean, you're in music. You sing.
I do everything, yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable
Why
in the
am I
studio
not
environment.
surprised?
Yeah, and I've had #1 records in America in the 90s.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's for you to find out, not for me to tell you.
Well,
Yeah.
I got to go on a hunt and peck.
Yeah, no, we did, especially in the 90s, had quite a lot of success.
The Simpsons.
Really? Can you name a band? I mean, you could be
The Cardigans, maybe?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
And they're Swedish, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yes, they're
okay,
Swedish,
there
yeah.
you go.
With the great Garbo who sings about sadomasochism, and stuff like that.
I'm going to
Of course
actually,
they were
I got to
a
go
huge
up
rock
on the
band.
tangent
Yeah.
that I've heard so many people ask, which is, what is it about Sweden that they just have this something in the culture, has produced so much great pop music?
Yeah, they write all the songs the Americans think are American songs. I mean,
Right.
Who knows in America that Baby One More Time with Britney Spears is a Swedish song?
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Oh, yeah, I mean, they constantly Swedish songs in the top 10.
Well, what is it?
What
What's
is
nothing
it
in the
just-
water because
no,
it's
I think
so
it's something
cold?
similar to here, to Colorado. It's just a natural environment for creativity, and it's sort of isolated from the rest of the world. You can sit there and work and concentrate. I know a lot of Swedish songwriters who get flattered by music published in the States. They move to Los Angeles, they get the big house, they get the pool, and they don't write any songs at all. And a year later, they call and say, "Can I please go back to Stockholm again?" Because that was an environment where I could actually write stuff, So it's just a nice environment. It's like every second corner in Stockholm, you've got a music studio, and you've got people who write for all over the world. My last song that I wrote before I quit 6 years ago was the winning song for The Voice in China.
In China?
That's a good way to go. Right?
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, right?
Wow.
Very
It wasn't the
ecumenical
American
of you.
version, but the Chinese version. So
All right. So back to The Simpsons.
No, I'm not interesting at all.
No, well,
yes, you are.
Look, like inquiring minds
Okay.
want to know.
All right.
Okay, we're the National Enquirer. So, Simpsons is very topical, right? I mean,
No.
No?
That's one of the biggest misconceptions
Aha.
about the show. Because it takes us a year to make an episode. The
Really?
show is still done the way we did it 30 years ago, which is it's hand-drawn, 24,000 drawings to make one episode of The Simpsons. So we are not at all topical. And, we address
Big issues.
themes in society. And, but for example, like people are always saying to us, when are you going to do Trump? How are you going to do Trump? And it's like, we went through 8 years of George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Up until then, the worst president we ever had. And no mention of him. There's no mention of him in 8 years of The Simpsons. And we really, we stuck Bill Clinton in one episode. Obama, I don't think was ever mentioned. We don't do
Okay,
politics.
let me go back to something. You said one episode, it takes you a year for an episode.
Right.
And an episode is how long?
It's 22 minutes, 20 minutes now.
My sense is The Simpsons runs much more frequently than
Oh,
that.
we do. I mean, it's a rolling assembly line. It's been each one.
I see. Oh,
Yeah.
It takes a year, but you're working
But
on multiple projects
we're working
at
on
the same time.
multiple. It's,
And,
it's
are
just
you-
a little
Are
factory.
you permanently stuck in your 14-year-old mind when you're writing this thing, or what's the
There is a
genesis?
good deal of that. I mean,
Yeah.
what's great about it is it's a hugely overeducated staff. It's about half our staff went to Harvard.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people with advanced. We have a guy with a PhD in chemical engineering
Of
working
course.
on the show. And so we get to, it's the only show you can get to throw in some smart and obscure references. We have a lot of mathematicians on the show.
Operates on many, many levels.
We get to do that stuff at the same time. You know, if you get to do one great math joke, it means you get to do one fart joke too.
Yeah,
it's this equilibrium that we get to be as dumb as we want at the same time being as smart as we feel like.
All right, we're almost half done, by the way. So, but very quickly, you mentioned President Bush.
Yes.
And President Bush, I would assume, gave you a big boost when he said in 1992, we're going to keep on trying to strengthen the American family, to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons. That probably put your ratings right up there.
It really helped to get condemned by, again, up to that point. This is Bush Sr.
Yes, Bush won.
Bush won. He condemned The Simpsons, and we've just been on the air for like 3 weeks. So yeah, it was a huge boost. He knocked us, and then Barbara Bush, his wife, said, The Simpsons is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, lady, look at your kids.
All right.
And they're still together. I mean, the family, the Simpsons, are still together.
Yes.
So another misconception is that they're dysfunctional. Obviously, they're not.
Well, Simon says we got to take a break.
Okay.
And thank our sponsors, the Bowler Daily Camera and Flatirons Bank. And we'll be right back with The Simpsons and Swedish Idol. Stay with us.
On Deliberate Conversations, we take it one subject at a time. But the current show and all of the past shows are online at boulderchannel8.com.
Flatirons Bank, where your money stays right here. It does not go to New York or some national bank. Flatirons deposits circulate up to 5 times more locally because they're the only bank chartered exclusively in Boulder County. Support your hometown and do well by doing good. Use Flatirons Bank only in Boulder and Longmont.
We're back. And Alexander, I mentioned your book at the top.
That's the latest one, yeah.
Digital Libido.
This is the 5th book, yeah.
I'm not even going to try to interpret that title.
Well, the undertitle says it all. Sex, power, and violence in the network society.
What is the network society?
The network society is, or digital, is something that arrived in the late 1980s, and people think they understand it, but they don't. People spend on average now like 5 or 6 hours a day staring at screens and smartphones and laptops.
Okay, so that's
and everything else in your life is becoming interconnected. So digital is taking over the world. We're increasingly living in what we call an augmented world, meaning our world is now so technologically savvy that everything around us is becoming intelligent.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Both. So we don't write about good or bad. We just describe what's going to happen. And people are very unprepared for it. So this is like, there are 2 revolutions in the past in human history on a par with this. That was when written language arrived 5,000 years ago. We started to build what we call civilization. Permanent settlements, contracts, land ownership, property, all those things arrived with written language. It was impossible before that happened. And the other revolution on a par with this was the printing press that arrived in 1450 in Germany. And basically enabled Europe to colonize the world. I mean, North America today exists because
So
of the
what's
printing
going to happen in this third?
It's going to be very messy at first. That's why the word violence is in this title. And I think America is in a real risk zone here because the American dream is dead. The dream that united Americans, whether it ever existed or not, but the belief in it is dead. And I think Trump won the election because people are nostalgic. So they dream back to an age where you could still dream the American dream.
What defined the dream that is dead?
Well, the dream was an idea that there was something that unified America. Well, I went to school in America in my teens, right? And I remember how we all stood up and pledged allegiance to the flag. Well, I didn't because I wasn't an American citizen, but everybody else did. And I always felt that as a Swede, this was like a sign of weakness. Just like, why do you have to stand up every morning and swear allegiance to a flag? That means your identity is actually very weak. But that's only because it's so young. The American identity is only like, what, 150, 200 years old. And there's very little that actually unites Americans. They all need a prefix.
So
you always need some kind of a religion, Sunday at 11 or something to be an American, right?
I think what you're saying is that there's not the commonality.
Exactly.
That it's becoming disparate.
I think places like India and Europe are safer in a way because they're already so disparate, so they get used to it. You know, we got the European Union, but everybody's mocking it in Europe.
All right, in 2 sentences, how is that going to affect life as we know it 30 years from now?
Okay, this is the risk. A guy in Portland, Oregon gets pissed off, and he was a member of Antifa. He builds a bomb, and he puts it on a drone. This is all going to happen in the next 10 years.
Domestic terrorism already happened.
Oklahoma and Charlottesville are far more serious than Americans understand. Because with digital, these things will be so easy to do that if they start with school shootings today, 10 years from now, when these guys are 25 years old, they're going to blow up much bigger
Domestic
things.
violence.
Yeah, and I think the disregard between the coast in America and the inland in America, you know, the flyover states,
Yeah.
this culture of looking down at people has been going on for like 30 years. I think the Trump election was a revenge to that. And I think, unfortunately, I think it's going to escalate. I think Trump's going to win the next election too.
Okay.
You know, and it's going to escalate. And that's what I'm here to warn about, so we can start working on the solution, which is we need new narratives. We need new great storytelling like the stuff Mike does to unite people.
On that dystopian thought,
Let's
get
back to
let's bring right back to
cartoon characters.
Let's go to Springfield Confidential.
Yes,
this
an even more depressing book.
But it's fun to write dark books, though.
It's the jokes, the secrets, and the outright lies from a lifetime of writing for The Simpsons. And I'm just going to quote one of them because I thought this was hysterical. I think Homer said this: "When we try and fail, the lesson is to never try." Where do you get that stuff from?
It's a big team effort. It's what's interesting, I think, about The Simpsons is, you know, there's bad teachers of writing tell you write what you know, write what you know, and that kind of thing. And yet, The Simpsons was created. It was created by a guy named Matt Groening, whose parents are named Homer and Marge. His sisters are named Lisa and Maggie. But his father's name is Homer, but his father, Homer, had a full head of hair. He was a surfer. He was a documentary filmmaker.
Yeah, the Renaissance man.
Yeah, so he's not writing what he knew. His co-creator on the show is a guy named Sam Simon, who was the son of a one-legged Jewish millionaire from Beverly Hills. I mean, neither of these guys lived a typical suburban life. They didn't live the Simpsons life, but they made it up, and they sort of had a generalized sense of what the world is. So you don't write what you know exactly. And in fact, the show, when I talk about the early writers of the show, it was a bunch of single white guys. This is pre-diversity era. Just a bunch of single white guys sort of inventing what a family would be like. And somehow it's these bunch of young single white guys invented Lisa Simpson, one of the most nuanced female characters on TV.
Does everybody write for every character?
Yes, we all write for every.
So it's really the general ideas that you build consensus around, and then kind of we're throwing in angles of each character?
Yes, I'll give you I'll try and make it quick. How we do the process is we do 22 episodes a year, and currently we have 23
So you're
writers.
working on 22 storylines simultaneously.
Yeah, so every writer gets to write basically one episode. They get one to really cherish and, you know, speak their mind or address an issue they like. But once they write it, and you work really hard on that script, it gets rewritten by a gang of people over and over. It's 8 people sitting around a table. I always say it's like a kibbutz, only more Jewish. And it's, but it's writers going through the script a line at a time by consensus, just trying to get a laugh from the other writers. And once you finish a rewrite, you do it again. We do 8 complete rewrites.
Now, The Simpsons is broadcast in, I think, 70 countries or something like that. Do you localize, other than translation, do you localize stories? I mean, because it's about cultural values, and they aren't the same worldwide.
It's an amazing thing that we not only don't think, will they get this joke in Tehran? We go, will they get it in Texas?
Right.
We don't care. We work in a little windowless room. We just try and make each other laugh. We don't give one thought to the audience. And yet the show is this international hit. And in fact, America, you know, it's based in America. America's probably our worst audience. They like it. It's always around. But in Australia, they're passionate about it. Nobody loves The Simpsons more than South America. Yeah. South America, Bolivia. We were in Bolivia, and it was on TV 24 hours. And this is a true story. And again, I don't have to make things up.
They think it's reality television in South America, probably.
What?
They think it's reality television.
There is a funny thing.
Oh, really? That is funny.
The show, I have so many stories to tell, but I'll put, the show is dubbed for South America in Mexico, and there's this prevailing feeling in South America that it's a show about a Mexican family. But I don't know what they're getting out of the show, but they love it there, and they love it in India.
What is the most surprising market to you for its success of The Simpsons? Which one?
I'll tell you a great story. My wife took me on a trip to Iran. And why'd we go to Iran? Because her idea of a vacation is your idea of a hostage situation. And so we're in Iran, and the first day, we have a young tour guide. He goes, "What do you do for a living?" And I go, "All right, how do I explain The Simpsons to a guy who's never left Tehran? You know, I didn't even know if they had TV there." And I said, "Well, I write for this show called The Simpsons." And he goes, "You know, I really like the early seasons."
Oh, gee. So
and it's not even on the air there. So clearly they're stealing it from somewhere, but he knows the show inside out. And I don't know. I don't know what the world is getting out of it. I know it's big in Sweden.
Yeah.
I don't know what they get out of it, but they really like it, and we're just grateful to have
I think the American Idol is off the air now. How about?
No, it's back on there.
It's back on.
It is back on there
NBC,
again, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Well,
they changed networks.
You could write books about
no,
what
they're
I
really
don't
strong
know.
formats. I was surprised myself. I'm on Got Talent now in Sweden, and we even increased the numbers this year. YouTube actually helps.
How is that changed your life, your celebrity?
Well, I was a celebrity before that because I was a pop star. But I wasn't a celebrity before I was 30.
Pop star singer?
Yes.
Or the producer?
Yes.
Singer. Oh, so you're up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And in America, too. So I was in a band called the Army of Lovers in the 90s. I had long hair, and looked very baroque. So I played in 4 different bands myself, a record company, music producer, everything. So I was self-made in many ways.
So you already were.
And I love coming to America. I think it's great that I stayed in Europe, and I like to work from there. It's more multicultural in the sense that there are many languages and you need to deal with stuff like that. But it's always nice to come to America because it is very straightforward. It's very easy. That's exactly why The Simpsons works everywhere, because American culture is very accessible.
How different is it in Sweden as it is in America? What are the significant differences between those two cultures?
I think the great thing with a country of 10 million people who speak their own language and are on their own, like
it's
Swedes
an island country too, right? I mean, in a way, they have an island mentality.
No, they don't at all. No, Swedes travel a lot around the world. They're
they
traveling
travel,
constantly.
but you got a lot of
They're like
water
Australians.
and-
They're like everywhere. They go everywhere. If you find a blonde girl with a backpack anywhere on the beach in the world on her own, she will be Swedish, okay? And she will not be afraid. So that will be Swedish girls. So no, Sweden is, they travel a lot, but you do go back to your own country. And with 10 million in it, trust is the key. That's what I love about Sweden. Because in America, the problem is when you work with television or music or anything like that, is that you got to see the lawyers all the time. They come with these 80 pages of things and contracts and sue me and things. And in Sweden, you don't have to do that. The recording contracts in Sweden are 2 pages. Because you trust people on a totally different level when they're so close-knit. And I think a place you can go to study that in North America would be Quebec. Because Quebec has French as its own language, but they also speak perfect American English at the same time. And they're doing really well. For example, I work now with machine intelligence. Montreal is the center for that in North America. They're doing really well in Quebec now. And I think the model for the future is have a real strong sense of locality, like be really based where you live, and then be part of a larger picture. That, I think, is a model for America going forward, and certainly what we try to do in Europe, too.
So it sounds like Alexander is saying that America is too self-centered. You know, that there's too much about us, but then that's where The Simpsons feeds.
Well, I'll give you sort of one of the rare nice thing I say about America is people all over the world love The Simpsons until The Simpsons goes to their country. We do a travel episode every season.
It's all right to laugh at the other guy.
Right, and that's it. And then suddenly The Simpsons is not so funny anymore. And there are several countries love The Simpsons. And we've done this where we go, oh, the Brazilians love The Simpsons. Let's have The Simpsons go to Brazil. We did that episode, and we got sued by the Brazilian Tourist Council for $35 million.
That was great for you, though. That would be like Bush saying he hated the show in America.
Yes.
What was the basis of the suit? What were they?
This is a true story. It sounds like a gag. They said in their complaint, they go, when The Simpsons came to Rio de Janeiro, they encountered grinding poverty, rat-infested slums, pickpockets, kidnappers, and wild monkeys.
Oh, they took it
There are no wild monkeys in Rio. That was, and on top of that being ludicrous, it's almost a joke format. if you go to Rio, it's crawling with wild monkeys. They're everywhere. And so that was it. But so they sued us. We got yanked off the air in Japan because of it. We got yanked off the air in France and didn't come back for, I think, 17 years. And so, and then I'll tell you one more true story. This is Venezuela. Hugo Chavez himself personally canceled The Simpsons in Venezuela because he said it promoted bad American values. So he pulled us off the air.
Bad American values. So he's what, like protecting us?
He's protecting Venezuela from bad American values.
Right.
So he pulled us off the air and replaced us with Baywatch.
Oh. All right. We are down to less than a minute. I got to ask.
Yeah.
You wrote a joke for Pope Francis?
Yes, I did. He was not at the comedy club telling jokes. He had a charity called Joke with the Pope. And every day, a different celebrity would tell a joke to the Pope on this website.
Oh, that's interesting.
And a priest I met at a party was telling me about this. And then one night at midnight, he calls me up. We need a joke for Mayor Bloomberg to tell the Pope. No, it was Al Roker. I need a joke for Al Roker to tell the Pope about weather and religion, and it's got to be clean. I'll call back in an hour. And it's like, what is this? You know?
Did they use it?
Yeah, he used it. And so having done that, I kept getting calls every night. Or with George Lopez, we need a joke in Spanish to tell the Pope. And I'm a Jewish guy writing jokes for the Pope for free. That's 2 cents.
That's right, for free. That was the hard part.
Yeah.
We are
you
out
just
of
got
time.
yourself in trouble.
Out of time. Thank you.
You should have been out of time 30 seconds ago, dude.
Agreed. Mike Reese, Alexander Bard, and you, the viewer. I said it might be a bumpy ride. Come on back next time. We're always talking about something, and just like today, you never know what it's going to be. We'll see you then.
On Deliberate Conversations, we take it one subject at a time. But the current show and all of the past shows are online at BoulderChannel8.com.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Travel advisories to small business loans, government car auctions to finding a new job. To get information, go to the official source, usa.gov.
All right, call to order the Open Space Board of Trustees meeting of May 8th, 2019. And for those of us and you who were here till 1:30 last night, thank you for hanging in there, and we'll hope this is a much shorter meeting. The first item is the approval of the minutes of last month's meeting. I think, Karen, you said you had a couple changes?
Yeah. I don't know where they are. Huh. I guess I.
While she's looking, do either of you have any changes?
I didn't bring them. But do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
There's one thing I remember, I think. Where is it? No, I guess that's not it. Forget it. I can't remember what it was. It's at home somewhere.
Okay, and if it's just a typo, if it's of that character.
Is it content or just?
It's just 2 words. I'll let you know.
I don't know.
Sorry. I'm going to be like this the whole meeting. I'm sorry.
Well, it's up to you. Do you want to hold the minutes off until the next meeting?
No.
Okay.
Please.
Well, then, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes, the last meeting.
Okay, all in favor? All right. The next item is public comment for items not identified for public hearing. There's nothing identified for public hearing tonight, so anyone who wants to speak on any subject whatsoever, this is your time to do so. We'll follow our usual procedures. You'll get 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds. Red light means please wrap up. Please state your name and address when you begin speaking. We begin with Molly Davis, then Elizabeth Black, then Suzanne Webble.
Evening. Molly Davis, 5635 Quarry Court. You'll see a little bit of me tonight because I'm on the BOSC board, and so I'll be presenting with them or just kind of sitting there nodding my head. I just wanted to make a couple comments about last night on behalf of the ag community that I've worked with for couple years now. Once I was off the board, I realized that was an underserved population. It's a very tough place for a farmer to come in, do a 2-minute presentation, and talk. And so it's a difficult format for them to come to council. So I want to shout out that I thought they did an amazing job coming in and holding up. And Tom, you did a great job kind of jumping in and out of the podium at will. I do strongly disagree with Councilman Weaver in that I do feel that this is very much a crisis on not just the 2 lands. A lot of the focus was on the 2 lands. I feel like it's on many, many lands. We have a lot of irrigated lands that we cannot use that we're not focused on. A good example of that is on J Road and the intersection of 49th, which used to be an old haying place. It's now irrigated, not being used. So there's been a lot of focus on just the 2 farmers who had the courage to come forward and bring this issue to us. And so I'd just like to speak about that for just a few minutes. I was there when they flood irrigated the other day. Prairie dog holes in the middle of the irrigated fields in some places are this high. When the water comes down and it floods around those mounds and it does not reconnect. My background is in hydrology, and so I can tell you that filtration going downhill does not reconnect. And so you end up with whole swaths, whole pie shapes that do not get irrigated. And it is a big problem. It's a bad water use. And so I just wanted to speak about that. Thank you for your courageous motions and representing us. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Elizabeth?
Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. Good evening again. We have to stop meeting like this. So I'm glad your 4 recommendations to council regarding prairie dogs were approved and close to their original form last night. In regards to that, Boulder doesn't always need an extra special way of doing things. Our public processes don't always have to be complicated, expensive affairs. We can be humble. We can copy other programs and keep it simple. I urge you to keep it simple. We have a potential partner in County Parks and Open Space who has perfected their prairie dog management program over 20 years. They have the same kinds of lands as us, the same kinds of prairie dogs, neighbors, challenges, relocation sites, plague events, prairie dog advocates, contractors, and state regulations. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can simply acknowledge that the county has developed a successful strategy for managing prairie dogs. We can use their framework of no prairie dog zones, multiple objective areas, and habitat conservation areas. We can copy their policies and procedures. I'm sure they would be happy to share them. We could also partner with the county on live trapping and lethal control. If we funded a couple of extra seasonals and perk machines, the county might be able to treat colonies on both county and city lands. There are obviously economies of scale here in addition to the squeamishness factor. The city might be more comfortable outsourcing their lethal control, much as Hindus outsourced unpleasant tasks to untouchables. In regards to questions council had about what to believe on the web regarding prairie dogs, soil erosion, and soil sequestration, I suggest you contact Tim Seastead and Richard Reynolds, both respected local scientists who have done tons of research on this subject, and ask them to explain the science to council. Finally, I took some photos today out at the Bennett property so you can see what the site currently looks like. The brown stuff is kind of the end of the plowing, and it goes up the hill up towards the ditch. This is the vegetation in the key-lined area right now. A lot of bindweed, a little bit of grass. There's prairie dogs pretty much everywhere, including into the irrigation ditch. There are new holes coming out directly into the ditch. There's a few areas that have some pretty good grass coming up. Mainly they're up near the ditch where it gets more seepage. There is a lot of free running water on this hillside. As I was walking around there this afternoon, there were places where I was sinking in because there was so much water coming down the hill from ditches uphill that I assumed prairie dogs had already tunneled into. You can also see erosion runnels in there. So one of the things that you are going to have to assess with this area is whether these improvements are due to the key lining and the planting, or whether they're due to that wild water, that wild uncontrolled water that's coming down that hillside. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Suzanne Webel, followed by Lindsay Sterling Crank, and then Kars Pustmuller.
Perfect segue. Hi, Suzanne Webel, 5735 Prospect Road, right next to the Bennett property. Hello, Dave. It's been a while. First, I want to thank the Open Space Board for recommending the addition of at least a consideration of lethal control of prairie dogs as one of several management tools. And I want to thank Council for improving it last night as well. Now, I want to put in a plea to you all to hurry up, The Bennett property is really a poster child for why OSMP needs to use all possible means of controlling prairie dogs immediately before the situation gets even more out of control. And before you turn over even one more furrow in pursuit of establishing vegetation, restoring soil health, controlling weeds, making the land productive to sustain agriculture, and ultimately, sure, why not, doing something about carbon sequestration, please control the prairie dogs. If you don't get serious about managing the prairie dogs on the entire property first, all your efforts and your money and your time will be wasted. And if you don't get serious about managing the prairie dogs, you'll be pushing them onto my farm, and I'm already overrun with your prairie dogs. I don't want any more. So, we are immediately south of the Bennett property. We share a fence line that's almost a half-mile long. We've lived there for 25 years. And when we bought our land, it was in worse shape than the Bennett property is now. It's taken me 25 years, and I think I'm almost there. But the first thing I did was I controlled the prairie dogs. And then I just, by the sweat of my brow, I dug furrows and moved rocks and built fences and everything else you have to do. Come on out for a visit sometime. I'd be happy to show you around and show you what's possible. I do have a couple comments on the agenda packet. I think it should clarify on page 3, paragraph 2, that the adjacent landowners to the Bennett property and the contractor who has been retained to do the work, Marcus McCauley, are the same people. It's not exactly arm's length contractors. The text talks about keylining, which has been around since the 1950s and usually involves cutting deeply 14 to 16 inches through compacted turf at 1 meter intervals with a specialized blade that turns it or pulls it up and lets air down at that depth and lets water into, I'm running out of time. I think you've got corrugating going on instead of keylining. But there are places that have no soil whatsoever. They're going to have to be careful about not cutting too deep or you're going to hit bedrock. As far as compost, that's one of the most expensive components of the plan. When we did it, we got all the horse manure from all the horse farms in my neighborhood, and that was a lot of horse manure, and it was free. People were happy to get rid of it. And it made great compost, organic matter, nitrogen, and everything. So there's still horse farms out there. I would urge you to try that before you spend a lot of money on compost. So I support the proposal in general, and I'd be happy to work with staff and whoever on the devil's in the details part. Thanks.
Thanks, Suzanne. Lindsay?
Okay. Hi, my name is Lindsay Sterling Crank, and I'm an environmental scientist for the Prairie Dog Coalition. It was a rough night for me last night, and I'm sure you all know I was sad to see the language in your recommendation number 3 passed. For me, it was an unexpected result of a process that I felt blindsided by, and I didn't know this conversation was occurring, and I wish that I could have been a part of that process and the conversation earlier on, as opposed to in defense in the end of the working group's recommendations. And I'm looking forward to that being a possibility in the future. I am sorry that I brought my group here in green shirts and that we were divisive. That wasn't my intention. My intention was to say, look at all the support we have for non-lethal prairie dog management and these recommendations that we worked so hard to implement. And I believe strongly that our recommendations would address the conflict, especially over time. And I believe in them, and I appreciate you passing that part too. I was also sorry that Mirabai said that I said Bob Lover would take money for his prairie dogs. I did not say that. I had a good conversation with him, and I don't think that door is closed to continue that conversation from a different perspective. Somebody did say that to me, but it wasn't Bob Lover. I was sorry also that there was a lot of misinformation on all sides. I don't think any of us in this room right here, nobody, has all the information that we need to make the decisions and move forward, and it's really important to me. I've been working on this issue for 20 years, all throughout the country, and it is super hard and super complex, and yes, emotional, but there are good people on every side of it, and it's really important to me that we admit what we don't know and move forward together in a way, and I'm looking for that to be a part of the process, and that is an ask from me to you guys tonight, that we have good expertise and that we agree on the science that we're moving forward in to make decisions on. I spoke with, well, one other thing about the process is I really want the working group recommendations to stay moving forward simultaneously while we have this other conversation, and that's important to where we came from, and I hope that we can have your support on that. I spoke a little bit with John Potter today on what can we start doing now to expedite, as council said. And I want to recommend that we look at changing the borough language in the Urban Wildlife Management Plan on irrigated ag lands. I actually think that borough destruction and I don't know if that's the wrong word for me, but manipulation is perhaps a non-lethal tool that can provide these lessees some relief and doesn't bother me and my crew. I'm also sorry that I can't control all my crew, but you guys can't either. I mean, some of the language that happens is not something I like to see. I'm not that type of person. I think that we could work on a barrier with Eric and the Black Cat Farm, and that's something our group would like to see happen. I think we can commit to increasing the numbers of and decreasing the cost of translocation. My organization works on that throughout the country in key conservation areas with the Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Forest Service. We have a lot of great partnerships that we do a lot of good proactive work together in, and we can work with staff on improving that. And I really want to, is it time?
Yeah.
I need to go. Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
The last thing I have to say is I think we need to look at this conflict in a transformational way and not a, what's the word?
Adversarial.
Sure, adversarial, but I think in a consensus way. I think we have a lot of work to do on the social piece of it, and I hope that we can look towards our next process to be something that can transform this conservation conflict through the social issues so that we can betterment conservation for the wildlife and the people, and not one or the other.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Lindsay. Kars Pussmuller, then Christy, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to try your last name, and Ken Bytel.
Hi, everybody. Kars Pussmuller, 383 Jasper Drive, Lyons, 80540. As you know by now, I'm a member of the Prairie Dog Working Group, and I also was unhappy by the council's actions last night for a couple of reasons. I understand now that your board and OSMP staff had been discussing the prairie dog irrigated land conflict issue for quite a while before the April meeting where you voted to recommend to council that OSMP should analyze a lethal program to get rid of the prairie dogs on some of the irrigated egg lands. I believe it would have been respectful of and hopefully informative for you guys to have early on approached us, working members, to discuss your concerns because we had already invested a tremendous amount of time and energy and interest in this complex issue. After all, the Prairie Dog Working Group really focused exactly on this thing as how to resolve conflicts, recommendations to how to resolve conflicts on irrigated egg lands and other lands on the open space and prairie dogs where they occur. In response to your recommendation last night, the council voted to support the Prairie Dog Working recommendations and to implement them, while also directing the OSMP staff to investigate several issues that may be contributing to the conflicts and to come up with ways to address them, and gave you about 11 months, I think, to do that, and then to report back to council with your recommendations. I believe it's important that the working group members be involved in this investigation. I was trying to figure out how to define sort of the Prairie Dog Working Group, which was sort of the old thing now, and now this new thing, the new process. I want to know what kind of forum you're thinking about, perhaps reforming the working group with extended membership or a new kind of forum where we could be involved and others could be involved. I don't think it should just be left up to you guys and to staff to figure this out. There are some really important issues that need greater understanding and to look at the facts and make decisions on the facts and the most proven effective research, which means bringing in experts and bringing in researchers and really looking at some of these things that are sort of complicated, like sequestration. See, I can't even say it. Sequestration, causes of and remedies for soil degradation, creative lease options like splitting up leases like egg leases and a conservation lease. So in years when the prairie dogs are high in number, you could have the conservation lease or like a land trust would pay most of the rent. And in years when the prairie dogs were low in numbers, then the egg folks could sort of pay the larger part. But anyway, creative lease options need to be discussed. Historical and present agricultural practices and those kinds of things need to all be discussed with a lot of people doing it. So the Prairie Dog Working Group is concerned about a couple things. One is that this new process may cause the working group's recommendations to be bypassed, disregarded, not funded, not staffed, because the money and staff is being involved in this whole new thing. And we also want to be involved in deciding what kind of prairie dog recommendations are the most helpful on these conflicted two lease areas where they should be implemented.
Can you wrap up?
Right away, yeah. Oh, there's no buzzer?
Are people not seeing
Oh, I'm
the red
sorry.
light?
I didn't see the, okay, one more real quick thing then, I'm sorry. We really feel that the recommendations that we have that would really be helpful on these two conflicted leases, that those be implemented and expedited as soon as possible. And those are not necessarily some of the high priority ones that the staff has identified. Some of the deferments and some of the modified ones could be important to that issue, and we'd like to work with you on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cars. And let me just add, for those who either came to speak about the prairie dog issue or maybe here just to hear about it, it's not really called out on our agenda because the agenda was obviously written up long before last night's council meeting, but we will, during the course of this meeting, have at least some preliminary discussion about next steps in light of council direction. So stick around for that if that's your topic of interest. Okay, Christy W.
Ken and Christy are going to
Okay, then Ken Bytel.
Very good. Thank you, board. Good to be here tonight.
Leah?
My name is Ken Bytel, and I live at 4410 Ludlow Street down in South Boulder. I'm here tonight to add a little bit of community feedback on the master plan survey. I head up 10,000 people in meetup groups, nature, hiking, and outdoor. We spend a lot of time on open space. We're very grateful for your efforts and guardianship of the system, so thank you for that. The three principles I'm here tonight to talk about: number one, protection of key species and habitat, education and wildlife viewing opportunities, and access to open space as potential principles for acquiring and adding to the open space system. Principle one, protection. There are some great areas in Boulder with endangered and threatened species. Here's an example of a few: the Utes lady tresses orchid. It's a threatened species. And what we could do is use these guiding principles to look at potential acquisitions that might help to protect key species. At CU South, for instance, there's the northern leopard frog, also threatened. I've seen them and heard their booming croaks at Lake Meadowlark down in that area. And they're a Tier 1 species of greatest conservation need. And in the rushes of the wetlands down at the Meadowlark open space, there's also the Preble's jumping mouse. Again, it's a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act and could use additional habitat. In fact, it's globally threatened, and that green line there, it only exists in 2 places in the world, Wyoming and Colorado, and our open space efforts here could help to protect this mouse. Education and wildlife viewing, again, another great opportunity, the proposed Twin Lakes Owl Preserve. These are owls and pictures from the preserve. I've led a lot of nature hikes at the preserve, and this was a great group of people just 3 weeks ago, really amazed and appreciative at the opportunity to see owls. And again, this is an owl at Twin Lakes, and what we hope to achieve out there are nature programs, interpretive trails, curriculum for teachers, and working with the Boulder Valley School District to have school kids help restore some of the owl habitat at their hunting meadow there. So it's a great opportunity for acquisition, and potentially there's other good areas with wildlife viewing and education opportunities. And then lastly, public access to open space is really important to having the opportunity for sunset and full moon hikes. Hiking on trail and off trail is really important to my members and the public. And then closing off areas only if truly needed, and leaving some areas open. And for instance, if there's a raptor's nest, perhaps closing access beneath one, but leaving the other open, and looking at metrics to see if closures are really needed. And the wonderful part about having lots of public access is that then the public will really support the open space system. So in closing, community principles that I've heard and that have been relayed to me are protection of key species. People really appreciate the opportunity for education, and broad public access of open space areas will create wonderful places for both people and wildlife. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken. Has anyone else signed up? Okay.
They just switched places.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. I'll be brief. Christy Wosnowitz. I actually live over in Broomfield, so soon to be Boulder County resident. I'm here to support my friend Ken, who takes us on these lovely nature hikes to these open spaces. He's very knowledgeable. I'm an avid hiker as well. He did take us over to the Meadowlark proposed open space in that area and educated us, and we got to see a lot of the wildlife, especially this past weekend. And I cringed when I heard that it was looking at being developed. And the reason why is I've worked in the insurance industry, have a master's degree, went through underwriter training, have licenses, et cetera. And walking through that area, I kind of cringed. It's not necessarily declared a wetland, but there is a lot of sitting water. I think some more studies need to be done before you ever consider a development on that. I've seen a lot of stuff in Colorado and other states go south. They think they could do drainage, or they think that they can fill stuff in, you know, or find a way to divert the water. The water will always find its way wherever it wants to go. So when you take a very wet area and you decide you're going to develop that and you build on that, you know, it brings all sorts of other issues, such as cracked foundations, flooded basements. You're going to need sump pumps, molds, black mold, mold poisoning, just things to consider. I would, you know, since we're in spring, do some more studies in that area, really see where the water sits, how much water sits, for how long. It would just be awful to displace nature and wildlife to build something that eventually fails. So just one other story I'd like to mention. There are 2 developments. One is in Denver that was in kind of a wetland area. A friend of mine actually lived there, and they developed the area. Her and her husband, who's a police officer, got mold poisoning as well as their pets. They had to move out and sue the developer because they thought that they could build over that type of environment, and it just didn't work out. The last one I'd like to mention in closing is Roxborough State Park area. A little bit of a different environment, didn't involve as much water, more bentonite, but we know what happened to all those foundations and all those homes in that area. So please reconsider developing this open space area, maybe find a different location. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Christy. So with that, we'll close public comment, and Dan, go to matters from the department.
All right, well, we're going to start off with presentations. We have about 4 or 5 matters for you tonight, and we're going to start off and invite Janelle Freeston up, who has the longest title in open space with volunteers, service learning, and partnership supervisor, and she's joined by a couple of board members from BOSC, as well as Mark Davison. So I'll turn it over to Janelle.
Thank you, Dan. I'm glad I didn't have to say that myself, so thank you. And thank you, board, for having us tonight. We are here tonight, Open Space and the Boulder Open Space Conservancy, because we haven't been here since June of 2017 when we signed our letter of intent. So we're here tonight to tell you, or actually the memo explains some of the accomplishments since then. And tonight we're really here with our proposal to move forward with a signed MOU and then project agreements to follow. So this has been a team effort for Open Space Mountain Park staff, Mark Davidson, Allison Eklund, director's team, and members from BOSC, which you will hear from Matt Benjamin tonight from BOSC. So we're excited to share more. So to have a successful partnership, there's many elements to that, and one of them is shared vision. And so outlined in the letter of intent that was signed before, 2 years ago, these are the collective values that we came up with together with BOSC. And really more than ever now, with our sales tax refund revenues sunsetting, some of those, a potential 30% reduction, now more than ever, partnership could be really important for open space mountain parks. And so these are some of those values that we came forward together. And the city of Boulder is really reaching out to try to explore more partnerships, and they support partnerships within the city to explore public-private partnerships, in fact. And there's models for those throughout the country, and then even here in Boulder. For example, the Play Boulder Foundation, which supports parks and recreation, just this year, they've been able to bring in many individual donations, which has actually equaled up to $200,000 towards the Boulder Reservoir. So partnerships can be a huge benefit to our community. And as we also know, sometimes 1 + 1 doesn't always equal 2. 1 + 1 can equal more than 2. When you get partners together with shared vision, a lot can happen to move both of our organizations forward. So next I have Matt Benjamin from BOSC, and he's here to explain a little bit more about BOSC, especially for those in the audience or watching from home that aren't familiar with BOSC, and we will move forward and he'll share the goals.
Thank you for having me. I'm Matt Benjamin, 2395 Vassar Drive in South Boulder. I'm here representing Boulder Open Space Conservancy along with a couple of my colleagues, Diane Murphy and Molly Davis. This has been a wonderful track over the last year plus to really work on our partnership, but really understanding the needs and the wants between what OSMP is aiming for, the community, and what we can bring as a nonprofit regarding funding, resources, and other partners from the community and around, and really building on what we can do as a network to improve what we have. Again, the sum of the parts can equal a greater thing than any individual part. And really what we've come to is focusing on 2 tracks. Really, the main one is to foster our partnership, and that's clear. Certainly what the master plan is doing and the identified priorities in that, we wholeheartedly want to support that in whatever means we can, be it philanthropic, be it expertise, and be it other resources or networking to other individuals or businesses or groups, and that's what we certainly want to help foster. The other part is something that we've been really true about from the beginning, and Molly brought this up early on. It's really an underserved part of the open space community, and that is certainly our ag community, and we look to continue some some of our work separate from our partnership with the city, but really how can we foster a better and more supportive community for our ag partners and ag friends throughout Boulder. And that involves really facilitating an agricultural center, food hub, or some incarnation of that liking based on community feedback that we've all had. And through that, we've sort of identified what the master plan has done, some partner projects. And these are proposed projects. Again, they're open for continued discussion. I think it's appropriate that we have an MOU in place that really defines our partnership. And then that is a launch pad for us to then define the projects herein going forward. And looking forward to seeing what a work plan brings, because that'll allow us to leverage our resources accordingly based on what projects come up in the queue and what is necessary in order to make them better. As you can see here, Soil Health Conference, Young Farmers, environmental education, and certainly exploring the future Plein Air Painters art show down the road as well. So these are things that we've identified early on, but we'd certainly love and invite input from staff and from you guys as to things that you might see as priorities going forward, but how we can foster that, and again, building trust and leveraging this partnership for future generations. And I think the next step means I'm turning it back over to Janelle. But would love to hear all questions, and we're here certainly to answer what you guys, any questions you have, and hopefully continue our wonderful conversations. Thank you.
You can just stay up here. This is going to be quick. Yeah, so our next steps is that after hearing your feedback tonight, we do have questions for you that are on the next slide that are outlined in the memo. We will incorporate any of your comments we'll consider those into our MOU. We hope to get that MOU finalized late spring so that we can start working on project agreements in the summer. And then we will come back to you next year for an update. So the specific questions we have for you tonight, we have 3, and then we will be happy to entertain your questions. We want to know if you have any overarching questions or concerns about this model, this partnership model between a private and public entity. We want to know if you have specific questions regarding the draft MOU and the project agreement template, and if you see value in having a member of OSBT act as a liaison for BOSC. So with that, you're welcome to dive into any of those or ask us some of your questions first.
Maybe we should start to see if there are questions for Janelle or Matt.
Just to get your just to get your thoughts. We've gone through an evolution, and you've gone through an evolution in the last year, and it's required you folks to be flexible and to basically create, in some ways, 2 missions that are parallel. Have you found a way to make that work that doesn't seem too intractable for you folks, and able to have 2 missions and 2 funding streams and everything else like that? I mean, it's, I don't think it's anything any of us anticipated at the very beginning when we thought this would be sort of a single entity serving a single purpose. So I'm just curious if you found ways to make that work.
Well, I think.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, Diane Murphy, 642 Mapleton Avenue. What we've been working on is very much like a business model, so that we can be nimble and entrepreneurial in our effort. And like many nonprofits and many businesses, there are different, not so much missions, because I think our mission really is the same around agriculture and around the rest of the open space and mountain parks, but certainly to be nimble enough to address issues that are problematic or opportunistic for the open space land, which could be agricultural or just on with the wildlife and habitat. And I think we really intend to be very nimble and be ready to turn on a dime to prepare for, things that are obvious, but also for situations that might not be obvious.
I would just add, financially speaking, it's really easy for organizations to do, be it nonprofit or for-profit. So I don't see too much issue about keeping monies from one separate from monies from another, but certainly also how we address our funders and being clear directionally as to what we're asking them to support is very clear in what we want to do. And I think that would be disingenuous to people being philanthropic if we weren't being clear up front as to what their money was doing. So it's in our interest to do so, to build trust with them, but also in their the reciprocity that comes from knowing that they're putting their money in the place that they say that they did. So I feel confident, and certainly that's a mission for us to make sure we are clear on that, and I think certainly want to commit that to you as well.
Thank you.
So at what stage in the process would you make the judgment whether a particular project was on the sort of OSMP, excuse me, sort of collaborative side versus the non-OSMP side?
Well, I was going to say, certainly it starts with the Catalyst projects, and that's certainly where our primary focus has been with regards to establishing the trust of our partnership, and assuming those stay on the trajectory that we think they are based on what we hope is still a consistent place of the work plan. We want to make sure that those are going forth. But as we keep using the word nimble, nimble is also helpful for us to be able to augment what perhaps OSMP in the city doesn't have the resources to attain or accomplish. And so we want to be true to the charter of open space while also being able to facilitate things that just might not be able to be facilitated. And that is where I think for us, some of our work with ag just might be in parallel with what you guys are doing, but perhaps bringing resources to bear that just maybe aren't there right now. And so I think in consultation and conversation with you guys and staff, we can find where those places will reap positive benefits down the road that we all can agree on, even though they are perhaps different resources and attract outside of what is on the work plan.
So, as I understand this, you're likely to have projects that are both sort of on your OSMP collaboration side and then the non. At any given meeting, would your vision be to cover both? Because there's an anticipation of having both staff and perhaps a board member attending these meetings, and I'm wondering how the personnel issues overlay with the sort of two different sides of the Conservancy.
You want to try?
Well, if I understand your question correctly, I think we try to be very respectful of the staff time when we have our board meetings. I mean, we particularly, if we drop an agenda every single month.
Especially Janelle.
Yeah, especially Janelle, yeah. And try to be respectful of everybody's time. So generally speaking, we set aside time the first hour or two that is just OSMP-related projects and issues and what have you. And then after that, and that also respects the time of some of our board members that are more ag-oriented, then we move on to that. So, we really, again, it's just about respecting time and understanding our own capacity as well. And we feel that we've got a pretty good division of labor right now on our board, and we feel really like we want to respect the time of these guys. And
So the meetings would be pretty clearly split between the two sides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and I would say it's meeting to meeting, and depending on where the action items are, I'd say right as of late, our meetings have been dominated by affecting this partnership and bringing to close in the work this MOU, and our ag work has really been put on a back burner as a result of that. I mean, there's just time and capacity for all of us that have other work to do. So there is an ebb and flow, but I think it's up front of you just set your agenda far enough in advance that it's clear that all the partners involved know that this is for us or this is not, and we're just very clear with that. So transparency is part of the key of how we're going to build trust in knowing that the time spent for OSMP-related projects or not is there. And if we're wasting time, then we're certainly not building trust. So that is paramount from the get-go.
Thank you for your perseverance and for being here tonight. I have two questions, and they're related. So let me start with the first one. I think our 30% decrease in funding this year is on the order of, is it 9 million? Is that right?
That's about right.
And I'm just curious, in the first year or two of your existence, I know you've had some fundraising activities. I heard one was rained out. Not
Rained out.
Rained out, yeah.
Yes. That's May in Boulder for you, right?
Yeah, exactly, and it's evident this week.
All right, our past two meetings have been snowed out,
Yeah,
so, right? Go figure.
Right. But can you give us an idea of your total contributions and number of donors to date, just so we can get up to date a little bit about your progress?
Yeah, I think, so I would sort of answer that as, I think where we're at is we'd be really happy to share with you and write that out. I mean, just speaking on, in public comment, I think would be disingenuous to being accurate to that, not having the numbers right in front of us. But that's something we'd be more than happy to share with you guys, certainly as we finalize some of the MOU stuff and get rolling. But, one of the challenges with philanthropic giving is having specific things from which to ask people to give toward. And so that's got us kind of caught in a rock and a hard spot as we're trying to define these proposed projects. But I know as a spending time in philanthropy, a proposed project is different than an agreed upon solidified project. So I think there's a challenge in where we can drive home the philanthropy. Once we have things ironed out, then I think you can really build the capacity for people to give when you have something to direct them towards. So I think being a little general has an impact on that, which I think we can all appreciate in the nonprofit world. But we'd certainly be happy to share with those numbers so we can get an accurate account when we get that from our treasurer.
And certainly, as we go forward and once we have the MOU, we will establish, best practices for transparent reporting to you guys about, the money that we raise and the funds that we get in. Obviously, some of that will come to you, and some of it we just have to have for our own organization to operate. But we will be very transparent and use best practices for nonprofits.
I have a follow-on on fundraising. Can I just jump in on the tail end of that?
Sure, and then I'll go back to number 2. Go ahead.
Your first 2 examples of potential projects, I think, are really valuable to the community, to us, but they may be challenging to raise money around. We want you to fund research in augmenting soil health. And internships for farmers, both are vital. I mean, do you feel like those are fundable activities?
I think they are, and I think it's important to realize that not all of, when you say bring resources to bear, it doesn't always have to be in the form of cash. It can be intellectual and networked resources that bring an intellectual level of things or other resources to bear that better enable the accomplishment of those goals. And so I think it's all of the above. Sure, they don't maybe have the sex appeal as some other things that we do, and we understand that. But once we have them ironed out, we then can develop a really cohesive plan to really go after that for philanthropically. And so I think it is tough when it is sort of a one-line bullet and we don't have that anchored project agreement to say, yeah, this is green lighted, this is going to go, here's a time frame. And when you have that substantive piece, it makes it so much easier to go at. So it's hard for us to say how well until we have the thing in hand to really go after it. And then certainly as we report to you, we'll get a sense of, oh man, we either overshot or undershot our expectations. And that's where being a nimble organization allows us to move within the conditions that are presented in front of us.
I'd just like to say one thing. Also, just one other thing, just to echo Matt's comments, and that is that, the whole thing around soil health is a national conversation, and it is really, really borderline crisis on, taking care of the earth and the land, and particularly agricultural land. So I think that it may not sound sexy, and maybe, Boulder's not the most philanthropic community in all of the United States of America, but, we intend to go to foundations and, more national outreach to establish and get our goals met.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. That goes to my second question, and that is, over the years, OSMP has received donations of all sorts from all sorts of entities. And I'm not sure exactly, Dan, what the name of the current bucket is where donations are accepted into OSMP. But
and maybe Lauren, when she's up on the CIP, can maybe chime in on that.
But my question is, why this proposed arrangement versus what was identified in the original letter of intent as the desire to support funding for OSMP? Talk to us a little bit about why not just do fundraising and make contributions to OSMP versus this kind of arrangement.
Do you want to just...
I'll start. So one of the things that's interesting here is there's a manner in which you go out to seek money versus passively receive based on the success of your mission. And I think something, when you have a group like ours and a nonprofit group, the ability to go out and seek and find the niches, be it soil health or other things, to go grab and bring those resources into our community takes a lot more work and effort than perhaps is being done at an OSMP level. It might be there to some extent, but just waiting for some money to come in is a different beast. But also it's a different network of people. And so I think when you realize that there's a different group reaching different pockets of resources, that you're tapping wells that haven't been tapped. And so that's certainly, I think, a wonderful advantage that we can bring to our partnership together. But in terms of just giving directly, well, part of that is what we are wanting to do with these specified projects. But keeping in mind that as we want to engage in conservation and open space, there are things that are perhaps outside the purview of OSMP that demand attention and demand work and demand resources. And being nimble to do that, I think, is a responsible thing for an organization like ours to do. And so not putting all our eggs in one jar allows us to be nimble to be able to meet those community demands that are perhaps just a little bit outside of what OSMP is doing at this moment. And that's a nimble thing to meet the needs of the community.
Let me just explain a little bit more. The reason why I asked this question is I've run across in the language a couple of times about the need to make sure that BOSC is independent. And to me, you could be very independent and self-sustaining as an organization that raises funds to support OSMP projects, however you want to word it, without a legally complicated arrangement like this. So that's the genesis of my question.
I can help address
Sure.
that, Karen. And that is that we specifically, 3 years ago when we started this project, decided that the public-private partnership arrangement was really powerful. And it's a model that's been used across the United States very successfully. Both the national parks and their conservancies, large urban parks like New York Central Park, San Francisco Golden Gate, these agencies have worked in public partnership with their private conservancies, and it has been really successful model across the country. The other thing is that if you donate to open space and mountain parks, you don't get a tax deduction. And so we, as a 501c3 corporation, are going to be able to offer that possibility to donors, a tax-deductible donation.
The Parks and Rec, the Play Boulder Foundation, they've also for many years have been in existence, mainly operating under an LOI, and just now, actually at the same time they are developing they're signing their MOU as well. So it's a direction that, there's different spectrums of partnership within the city, and as the city partnership model develops, resources are going to be available for staff to understand what kind of partnership is this? Should it just be a handshake? Should it be an LOI? Should it be an MOU? And so we're developing criteria for that, and some of those are, do you see this partnership for the long run? Because, there's things change, there's ups and downs, and so if you have that legally binding MOU, that can help, get you through the times in the future and just to set you up for that commitment. So that's...
Do you know anything more by chance, Janelle, about what has led the Play Boulder Foundation to go from a LOI to a partnership agreement?
I can't speak specifically about that, but what I can say, the model that they're hoping to now be able to use even more directly is that they are going to try to funnel most of the donations through the Play Boulder Foundation. So instead of coming through Parks and Rec, they're going to be actively advertising that on their website. So it's a nice tool to be able to use. I will say also the Play Boulder Foundation, they've been able to grant some scholarships through something called the Play Pass. I believe it's Play Pass. And again, that's something that the Play Foundation can do more readily. They can get grants more readily than the Parks and Rec Department can. So again, that partnership, you get other entities working together, and it's more powerful than any one entity on its own.
Mm-hmm. Just one chime in about the formality of a potential benefit of just being a little bit more formal, especially in looking at something like the project agreement, is that we're able to be a little bit proactive in knowing, where and when the funding may come in, because essentially what these catalyst projects are about is we don't quite have the capacity to do it at the level we want, or we can't do it at all. And so being proactive and saying, this is a project we would like you guys to help support, and if you agree to it, let's all agree on it, and then we could start to gear up to potentially plan to do that project, knowing that we're surrounded by this agreement that we're all aiming for, rather than just, a check came in the mail, and that probably would never amount into, putting that together into a proactive project in which we're striving for. So I think just building around and coalescing around projects, to me, is one of the benefits of formalizing this a little bit more than the model you're talking about, which is a viable model. I'm not saying it's not, but I think this is a little bit more of a proactive model.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, the only piece I just add to that, Karen, and it kind of builds on Diane, is this was all really premised around the model that the national parks use. And it's no surprise, our open space is effectively a national park managed by a city. Scale, visitorship, usage, maintenance. And so when we pull the tools from what we see as successful models from the national parks, it makes sense to maybe apply those to ourselves here. And that was really the catalyst behind this partnership and wanting to really take it into something that has some teeth and has really a bond between a public agency and a nonprofit, was to really explore that success model, knowing that we are effectively a de facto national park here in Boulder, Colorado.
So I have an observation and then a question. It's with some trepidation that I jump into this. It feels similar to the prairie dog issue for me.
We don't bite.
Well, they don't either. So my observation is this. It just seems premature to me to be talking about an MOU when there isn't an established track record. And so I'm just wondering, it's been 2 years or so since the letter of intent, and I'm just a little concerned about entering into an MOU, a formal relationship like this, without some demonstrated success of projects or of the process that you're envisioning. So then the other concern is the relationship between your organization or nonprofit and other nonprofits. In reading through the draft MOU and letter of intent, it seems like you're asking for an umbrella kind of relationship, and I'm just concerned about the appearance of that as far as other nonprofits, both in the community or regionally, as far as they're participating or feeling the capability to participate in a manner in which they feel is appropriate. So my question is, what do you envision as the relationship between BOSC and other nonprofits or funding arrangement or entities locally or regionally?
You want me to take that?
I can fill in, but yeah, start.
Thanks for your question, Dave. Actually, in the past 3 years, we've got quite a track record, I have to say. And I think part of it is with the LOI, it gave us the opportunity to get to know one another and understand where the priorities are and learn to work together well. And that has certainly paid off. We've been able to establish a board of directors. We have done some fundraising efforts, and we've reached out to the community to begin to build, what the foundation for what we want to eventually, it won't happen overnight, but that we'll be able to foster and grow. With respect to other nonprofits, we feel it's really super important to develop strategic partnerships with other nonprofits so that, for example, organizations that are working in the like the Grow Foundation for food or Long Gardens or, all of these different organizations, that we can make greater impact together if we're working together, that we can share common goals and raise money together that brings greater impact to the community. So I think those strategic partnerships are a really important part of our strategic planning and going forward over the next couple of years, so that we all work together and bring greater impact to the work.
So can I address your first question, Dave? And thank you for it, which, feeling that it might be a little premature, and I can understand and certainly empathize with where you come from, but I think the challenge for us, certainly philanthropically, is without really an official bond or agreement between two entities, it is hard to go out and philanthropically raise money on a handshake. People these days want metrics, they want results, and they want something tangible to give their money to. And I think we see that with how people have been giving across the country. The Community Foundation's report on philanthropic giving throughout Boulder County and the Trends report was really emblematic of people want that tangible, substantive thing rather than just giving out money and throwing it in a can and hoping you're going to do good by it. So by having a partnership, we can then speak to our combined commitment together to move forward on shared pieces. And that's much greater for us to take to donors and other nonprofits and say, let's leverage this, and then we have an opportunity to bring those resources to bear on projects that are defined now and into the future.
And Dave, I would just add, I think to be fair, some of the background that you may or may not know. A significant part of this startup period was lengthened at our request. And so some of that is really on us wanting to reconsider the direction and maybe work out a different direction, which I think we've done now. It wasn't really those folks saying, hey, let's slow down. So
I have a sub-question to Dave's and what you were talking about, Matt. Janelle said that last year the Play Boulder Foundation, under their letter of intent, raised something on the order of $200,000. Am I correct? So it seems to me that it flies in the face of the not being able to do that kind of fundraising under a letter of intent.
That's a different.
They have done it under a letter of intent, right?
Well, the other piece is their model is a little different than ours in that their staff is more involved in that foundation right now. So they have had that long-standing program, the Play Foundation. And for some years, like they need to have an executive director, so staff has stepped in to fill that role for a little while to kind of give more resources towards it until they can get other people to come in. So
staff has done that fundraising?
Staff hasn't done the fundraising, but staff has been overseeing that organization more than our model here.
And can you give me a ballpark comparison of how much staff time?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I'd have to contact
Parks and Rec has, because it seems to me there's a lot of staff, OSMP staff time that has gone into this relationship.
Karen, it's a good question. We do know there's like a designated person at Parks and Rec who has spent much more of the FTE time on sort of setting up the organization, as opposed to us partnering with an organization, which is much less time. We attend the meetings, BOSCs, have an agenda, as opposed to the staff members setting up the meetings, creating the agenda, creating the fundraising campaigns, etc. So there is quite a difference there. What I would say, though, as well, to also get back to Dave's question, was there is a citywide partnership effort underway coming out of the city manager's office, and Carl Castillo has led that effort.
Yep.
We recognized as a city, when those meetings occurred, that we weren't very consistent across the city in how we did partnerships. And we're frankly a little bit behind the times, are a little bit inconsistent. The goal across the board in those discussions was, as Dan pointed out earlier, where we have more complex arrangements with our partners, we should be moving to a MOU situation. And we worked with our city attorney's office on this as well. So across the board, the Parks and Rec intent was to move to the MOU model. They just happened to be in a place where they could raise funds earlier. So I think we all have the intent to move to this MOU model where there's a more complex relationship. And that makes it, again, consistent across the city.
So I would, just to follow up a point that Dave was making, and this is not in any way a deal breaker for me, but it's sort of a caution or a concern that I would want to echo, which is there are quite a number of various nonprofit organizations, some of whom have been around for quite a long time, who do significant work on and with open space, whether it's environmental education, sometimes research, certainly all kinds of stewardship is provided by various recreation groups, and collectively it's a lot. And I think the caution is, stems from the obvious fact that you are asking for a name which implies a higher level of connection than a lot of other organizations which, have names that don't attempt to sort of mimic this and don't have City of Boulder sort of signage on them. And I think it's both on you and on staff to always just take a caution and be mindful that it somehow doesn't create the impression that you are like the dominant or the leader. I mean, we want you to do great things, but not in a way that would be interpreted as someone who supports any of many other organizations as feeling like, well, wait a minute, whoever I'm supporting is sort of just a secondary entity. And I think a lot of that is just sort of being mindful and being careful and respectful of the contributions of all sorts of other folks and other organizations. Some of this is inevitable because you're having, 2 staff members, which I think other organizations don't have in a formal way. They have all kinds of good, sort of informal relationships with staff, but this is at a sort of higher level of formality. So I would just offer that as a caution to you and staff going forward to be respectful of
duly note, absolutely appreciate
some toes that might feel like they're being stepped on.
I mean, that is exactly what I was trying to get at. It just feels like you're asking for an official or quasi-official status, and appearances do matter. And so from my perspective, it's important that we really be clear, we being the Open Space and Mountain Parks Department, as well as the BOSC entity, about what that status is, because again, with an open space board member kind of in an ex officio capacity on your board, again, that kind of gives the appearance that, that this organization has, a different stature in its relationship with the Open Space Department than perhaps other organizations. And I just don't, I just am reluctant to say that that should be the model, because I do think and now we're under a different and difficult fiscal situation. We are going to be looking at other revenue sources, for some assistance and support. And, it feels like, well, all the eggs are suddenly going into one basket, and it's like, well, let's be sure that's what we want to do. And it's not that eggs shouldn't go in your basket. It's just that all of them may not be appropriate to go there.
Dave, just to address that concern, we have worked really, really hard to reach out to the community and other nonprofits to make sure that they understand that we're not, we're not sitting on the throne next to you guys. I mean, it's more about, creating.
We don't have a throne next door.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're sitting on at this point.
But. And so we've spent an awful lot of time reaching out to many organizations to say that we all want to work together, because we feel like we can bring greater impact together instead of everybody doing similar kinds of things but not interweaving it to make it more powerful. And I can assure you that we will continue that effort with the nonprofits in Boulder.
If I could just step in again, Dave, to help out there. There is also, you're raising a good point on like handshakes, LOIs, MOUs across the department. Janelle, in a very long title at the very end, says partnerships. One of her roles will be to bring back, probably next year, sort of an overview of partnerships the department has. We recognize, like I said earlier, there's a citywide effort. We know, for instance, with the Thorn Experience Center, we have an existing MOU. The Flatirons Climbing Council, the Boulder Star, hang gliding, paragliding organizations, they're all MOUs in the department. So we recognize with those complex relationships, our attorney's office Carl is advising us to move forward with the MOUs. Which other partnerships should be LOIs and which ones are just handshakes that we have? So we know there's work to do in the background there to clean that up and make that, bring that forward. So we're kind of excited to bring that back to you next year. And so I'm just trying to point out we understand the balance with the MOU and the LOI, and we want to make sure the board, there's transparency there with the board and the public over which ones we do and at what level.
So I think we have largely or completely, hopefully, covered the first question, but I don't, does anyone have any other sort of questions or concerns at the higher level? Are we ready to see whether there are comments on the specific language of the MOU? All right. If you had,
Well, why don't we start with one that I had, and I'm trying to find the places where I marked it. There are several places that refer to branding and the use of logos. And for instance, under covenants, 3E talks about developing branding that is independent of OSMP. And then over on Roman numeral 3, number 5, trademark licensing, it talks about licensing the use of marks and logos, including the City of Boulder Open Space Mountain Parks logo. And I don't know how those things jive with each other. It seems to me they're contradictory, but I must be missing something.
Well, in general, this is all pretty much boilerplate logo, two separate entities partnering together, general language, but specifically where the two of them have some differentiating but don't really conflict is really regarding that, there's Open Space and Mountain Parks, Boulder Open Space Conservancy, and wanting to be clear that when there's a partnership and those terms seem unified, that we're partnered, but where they are separate, they are clearly thus separate. And so we want to be clear that as our branding is Boulder Open Space Conservancy, it is not confusing with Open Space and Mountain Park. So having a clear separate brand, even in a partnership, is vital to, remember we talked about earlier, that sort of still remaining some independence. And so making sure that we state that in here, that through even our brand, we want to still make sure that we're not overstepping ourselves in how our brand is represented, and that we are indeed identified as ourselves. And in fact, you can see the marks there on the PowerPoint slide is sort of reflective of that differentiation, large in part. And then with regards to the trademarks and license, well, we both have tchotchkes and stuff, hats and other types of things, and swag. And there are times where I think having a license agreement where if we are doing a specific project and it is to the project's benefit that we merge or unify our brands together, be it on any sort of memorabilia or swag or just in advocating and advertising or educational materials, that there's language to state the proper terms in which we go about doing that. And so the trademark license stuff was pretty boilerplate across the board, and you wouldn't really find that really different to many other organizations or partner agreements.
The reason this raised a red flag for me is when I worked with National Audubon Society. National Audubon Society found its white egret being used in all sorts of places that National Audubon Society didn't like. And so I'm always sensitive about how logos are used and where. And it wasn't clear to me in this language as a non-attorney what the intent was. So
does that clarify?
Your explanation is helpful as far as what the intent is.
And also the city, if I might add, the city does allow the use of the city logo. They just have to buy a license for it.
So BOSC would buy a license for use of the city's logo?
If they were going to be using it for merchandise for purchase. So that's the distinguishing factor there, from my understanding.
Okay.
So it's like if they were going to make a profit off of our logo, they would get a trademark license.
Okay, and there would be a fee for that, or?
Correct.
And then that goes also to the top of page 7F, the language that talks about recognize the charitable and entrepreneurial spirit of BOSC and support the independence of this nonprofit organization. It's sort of having your cake and eating it too, being an independent and yet drawing on the OSMP logo and role and all. And
we really
you may
don't.
know a lot more about this than I do.
We don't have an intent of using the city logo. I mean, it just, because we have our own logo. So I think for it's our own branding and our own, mission statement and vision and values, that's, that matches what you guys are looking for. But we certainly have no intention of copying or using it in a way that's outside of what we agree upon. So for swag, as Matt mentioned, but we have no intention of using it at all at this moment.
Remember, the MOU is a mutual document, so having equal and commensurate protections on both sides are vital to the document having real general standing in the long term. And so that's where respecting where OSMP is and its needs and its goals, as well as ours, is vital to having the MOU for that clarity.
Okay.
Right, and the license, this just says BOSC must first obtain a license, and then I assume the city would discuss whatever the terms of the license ought to be.
As I said, that's boilerplate that came from the city attorney's office. So what's only substituted are terms like BOSC and stuff like that.
No, thanks. Yeah, it does seem a bit confusing. It's in the licensing as if it was related to any merchandise, and we did run it through the city's attorney's office, and this is their recommended language that they use that, is sort of standard. And then in regards to the use of logos, say we're doing a project that's mentioned earlier, we've got a project agreement, and we want to use both logos, so that's saying, yes, BOSC can use our logo related to an OSMP funding project. If they were doing a different project, then obviously they couldn't use the OSMP logo. And that's stated in the MOU, but mostly, frankly, you need trust, don't you, to make the relationship work, and then the MOU is the backbone to support anything, to provide the guidance. But it has gone through the city's attorney's office. But if we need to clarify the language, let us know. We'd be happy to take it back to the attorney's office, say this needs to be clearer in how we explain the use of logos and licensing.
Right, it's just a theme that runs, I think, consistently throughout this, is that given that you have sort of an OSMP and a non-OSMP side on all aspects, whether it's logos, staff participation on your board, perhaps an OSBT liaison, the money, the way the funds are raised, the way the money is kept, that it's going to be important, to maintain that separation from start to finish.
And that was one of the themes of that. I mean, that's why there's so much time spent in this, was to be very clear in those definitions so everyone knew what side we were talking on given each scenario that we laid out.
So I'm not a particularly big fan of commercial uses of open space where there's kind of an open invitation. I think those uses ought to be specifically associated with open space purposes. And that includes fundraising. I'm particularly concerned about the expectation, and I'm not assigning that to you, but just in general, the expectation that open space is available for any fundraising effort that someone happens to think is appropriate. So I don't have page numbers on mine, but in Roman numeral 2 under covenants 2.2H, where it says BOSC may request OSMP facilities and services which may be granted, it strikes me that it would be helpful to have a little more specific language in there about the fundraising is for the open space projects or support of open space or whatever, because what it says is that BOSC may request those facilities and services, but it doesn't say specifically what for. And I just think that it could be clear if it says that, under the agreement, for the purposes that are outlined in the agreement or something like that, so that it's not an open invitation necessarily for you to come and fundraise for, your other projects that are not necessarily open space affiliated.
I can answer that. The short answer to that is that every single project that we undertake will have a separate project agreement, and then it will be much more spelled out in greater detail what resources or facilities that we might need for any project or fundraising that OSMP might be able to help us with. So for example, the plein air art, Rocky Mountain plein air art thing, that would be, using some places on OSMP land, to do, have the artist out there and teaching young kids about painting and that sort of thing. So that's one example, but that would be spelled out very specifically in the project agreements.
That's great, and I understand. I just think that, some of the verbiage here could be a little more specific, so it's clear that that is the intent in the separate project agreements.
I mean, I think it's a fair thing to be a little more specific as to what those requests pertain, rather than, to your point, being open-ended. I mean, I think sort of G kind of lays into a little bit, and maybe that's where G kind of leads to H of, well, yes, once the city and the BOSC have an agreed project, right, there's sort of with one comes the next, and so the cart's not before the horse, so to speak. But I do agree, if H is seen in isolation, then yes, it could be seen as sort of an open invitation. So that's a good point.
Thanks.
And I had some questions along those lines, and they were in the, whatever attachment B is called, the project agreement scope of work, which I think is what you were referring to, Diane. And it talks about a commercial use permit, and there are some fine distinctions between commercial use permits and special use permits in terms of the numbers that are and types of use and where the use can occur for each of those special kinds of permits. And my concerns are around, to take the plein air example, the numbers of people and whether this is on-trail use or off-trail use and whether there's going to be impacts to the resources. We went through this kind of discussion a lot before the bike race that was proposed on OSMP lands, which ended up in the end on Flagstaff Mountain on paved surfaces. But those kinds of impacts are of great concern to me. And it doesn't say anywhere that these are intended for paved surfaces or passive recreation areas versus natural areas or HCAs. And I think I'm very concerned about the impact on the lands themselves. And something that Dave mentioned, which is the nature of the agreement and the type of use that's okayed under the agreement. So those are details that for me are really important. And whether they're exclusive events or not, or open to the public, and the audiences that they're open to, and whether alcohol is being served or not, and those sorts of things. And that, to me, is really important in terms of open space lands themselves and intended use and stewardship of them.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. And that's an important distinction to make. Those are the details that would be outlined in future project agreements. So what's in the draft MOU is a template. And what the commercial use or special use permit's getting to is that any kind of project agreement that we create would, we would all be complying with the permits. So it's just saying that a permit would have to accompany anything that would fall under those conditions. And the details would be spelled out, the scope, the timeline, the resources, the goal, the theme, in the project agreement.
I think, Karen, too, sort of the example you just brought up is sort of, in my mind, justifying why we do want to have a legal agreement and why we are asking, do we want to have any board liaison? How do you want us to report back to you? Because these are really good questions, and I think that's why we want to have some guidelines for how we're doing this. It helps address that. And then, especially in the beginning and the formation of this, how does the board want to kind of see how it's playing out? Is it through a liaison? Is it through an annual reporting that we come back to you on how we're doing these type of things? Because our intention here is certainly not to create something that's going to cause wonderment. And how do you then talk to community members? So I think the whole intent of this is so that you guys are clear on what is going on, which projects are selected, are we following our own rules and regulations when we carry on a partnership. And so that's sort of why we're here on the formality side. So
Good, thank you.
Speak to this just real quick. I will answer your question in a second. The advantage of being an ex-board member is I do get that. When we talked to our, I'm on the board of I'm on every board these days, it seems like, the board of Rocky Mountain Plein Air Painters. We've worked 8 years with Teton Association and showing at the Craig Center and painting at the Craig Center and doing a show and raised some significant funds for them doing that. So that's why I wanted to bring it here. But being an ex-board member, a lot of our LOI and our initial thing, and we got bogged down in the weeds, was my insisting on, are we on corridor, are we off corridor? Knowing painters, it can be kind of messy. And being at Grand Tetons, I've had concerns about safety. I was attacked by a grizzly bear painting, and he tore my equipment all to pieces, and I just kind of stood back and ran away and let go after it. But we do have a real concern, or I do, about the open space system in terms of just being consistent in our policy making, so it's not selective. Okay, this art group can do whatever they want, but this other group has to stay on corridor. So I think that's where the value that we've tried to do in our initial LOI that I'm doing with Rocky Mountain Plein Air is making sure that our policies are consistent and we do follow the rules of open space. So if an artist has to be on corridor as well, and then a pull-out, and, not on lands. And that was kind of one of my things with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's worth noting that we could have just sought to seek language that said see project agreement, but actually putting something there. And so without it being defined as yet, a template made the most sense. So grabbing an existing template that sure maybe had not specifically defined, but required some flexibility based on those concerns that you justifiably brought up, Karen, I think is important that any project agreement address those, and they will, given that with an MOU and a project agreement, they require both of our entities to sign off. So that is a vital check and balance to make sure that we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's.
We've been at this about an hour. Is there anything else that people want to raise on the agreement itself? So the last question is about the liaison.
And
the question is not, I don't think the question is who, the question is whether we think would be a valuable thing.
And I just want to be clear, you just said in passing, you said a board member, but really we're saying a liaison and not a board member, clearly.
No,
not a boss board member.
OSBT board member to serve as liaison.
Yes.
Isn't that the idea?
Yes.
Okay, the way you said it, I thought you were implying that they were a member of the
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Good to clarify, yes, but
they're not.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, okay.
I meant a member of our, sorry.
Right, yeah.
I want to hearken back to something Dave said, which is whether this is premature or not. And I understand that you're ready to get beyond this. Not to put too fine a point on it. But I'm wondering if there can be some kind of initial or tentative or reviewable agreement agreed to first that then gives us the kind of track record that you asked for, Dave, and comes back for ratification or final approval or whatever words we want to use, so that when we get ready to sign in blood, we really know what we're signing about, because there are lots of unknowns because we're entering an unknown arena here.
Does it help in terms of risk management? You're talking about the uncertainty here, and I understand that. But does it help that, one, every project we do has to be approved by both of us, and two, that we can vacate this agreement whenever we want?
Both parties have equal termination rights, so
Anytime.
it allows you to go forth, and if things change, dynamics change, the unknown unknowns occur, then it gives us a free path to do so. I hope we don't have to exercise that, but offering an escape ramp should the conditions change as such that it's necessary is, I think, important, because no one wants to be stuck in a relationship or partnership that is just not viable. So that is important in embedded language.
But the reality is that it isn't pretty when that happens, and so you want to go into the arrangement not with that expectation.
Agreed completely.
And so I think.
You mean a prenup?
Yeah,
or an engagement before.
I was going to say, it is kind of like a marriage, and so a prenup might not be inappropriate.
So we've been dating a long time.
I know.
Yeah, but maybe we're ready to be engaged.
Well, I would just...
Old-fashioned, I know.
I just want to say one thing, just to clarify that, this MOU that we're talking about is really an umbrella, but each project agreement can be, it can, for whatever set of reasons on both sides, there is an escape clause. So it doesn't have to be breaking up the entire marriage just because you have one argument or discussion that, I told you to turn left and you turn right.
Good analogy. And to go back to an earlier question, I definitely would like to see, at least for the first year or so, project agreements come back to OSBT, as part of the process.
I don't think we had any other expectation other than that.
Right, and assuming we agree on if we agree there should be a liaison, or ultimately I
I don't think that's necessary, is it? Is there a definite link between the need for a liaison and the need for review of project agreements?
No, I just meant that there's another level of
oversight.
Yes.
Oh.
Now, the way it's written, BOSC may but is not required to, so it's at their option. Of course, we can informally express whatever level of support we. So this is under covenants 3F.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I think within the constraints of this, we can, either express, if we are, support for that notion, and if we're chilly on it, we can say that too.
Yeah, I think the intent was, someone that BOSC could call upon to ask for questions, or so not to have to, take up the resources of all the board. And I do see, maybe through the project agreements, that you would want to see, all of you want to see the first couple, because this is new for all of us. So, yeah, but going forward, and you don't have to make a decision now, would that be a beneficial position for one of the board to know a little bit more about BOSC and not have to come to every meeting, but maybe to come to the ones where the agenda is most relevant? So that was up to you.
Can I just maybe speak to our intent with it real quick? And I think Harvard Business School calls it the air sandwich. When you got two entities, and if they're not in great communication, you have air, and air can fester and lead to decisions that maybe are not viable for both. reduce that air sandwich to next to nothing. And so part of that is an opportunity for us to be able to have direct contact. And if it needs to be in a formal way, that'd be great. But it's really, I mean, it is your discretion. We just thought we'd ask because that'd be a great way for us, as you guys are looking beyond the horizon, it gives us some of those insights from which it helps us make our plan both philanthropically, but also in terms of how best to think about these work plans. And as you guys are looking to set your work plans further down the road, having that insight with where you're thinking and where the work plan is and where we are philanthropically just allows for a more nimble but a better execution of the goals at hand in order just to support open space and maybe the lead time that is necessary for certain philanthropic gifts or grants and that sort of thing.
Yeah, my inclination is that at least in annual reporting, independent of the liaison arrangement, an annual reporting would be very worthwhile.
That's in here. There's a cadence for that in here.
Right. And so in addition to the, the first year or two of, project-specific discussions and, an overall annual assessment would be really important. I understand your need for a contact. I guess I'm still into the appearance, that, again, initially, from my perspective, it would probably make more sense to have the entire board be participating, and if there is a contact that is needed, I know that Tom, as chair, would be more than happy to provide that.
Because he has proven himself to be such an outstanding spokesperson.
So we could do musical chairs and see who's left,
He turned his microphone off to talk to me.
There's somebody that's not here tonight.
Yeah, right. Nominate the absentee, right?
That's a Harvard Business School ploy.
Like, when I first got on the board, that's what happened to me. I missed a meeting and I got assigned a bunch of tasks, so, it happens.
I guess for me, I mean, anything like this involves some leap of faith, but I have to say this one has an awful lot of safeguards built into it with 2 open space staffers serving as non-voting board members, what we're discussing in terms of reporting back to the board, the liaison relationship, the fact that this is done project by project. There's not a whole lot of commitment here that, we get to monitor this pretty closely at every step. So, for me, I think this is a good, with the comments that we've made and the concerns we've expressed, I'm comfortable moving forward, but, want to see where others are.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think I agree with, the discussion that we've had. If you can, kind of deal with those concerns, that'd be great.
One quick question to Dan. I have marked up some phraseology that I don't want to start wordsmithing within this meeting.
Oh, we've been wordsmithing for a long time, so.
Oh, yeah.
You're welcome. Join the party.
Can we just
Yes.
hand in copies
You
of?
should see the clause from all the words.
And I would just sort of, the keeper of the gate's going to be CAO office, just so you know. It wouldn't be my decision solely, that we'd like to run that by the city attorney's office.
Send it over.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for your persistence.
Thank you.
All right, next, I'm going to invite Lauren Kolb up, our agricultural management coordinator, who is going to, oh, sure.
Hats. The logo. Thank you. It's just another hat with another logo.
Thanks, Diane.
Thank you.
Oh, and it's got it on the back.
I do. Thank you. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, come join me. All right, Lauren Kolb's going to join me. We're going to talk more Bennett. It's a property that's been in the news lately.
Yeah.
So, welcome, Lauren.
Hi. All right. Good evening. My name is Lauren Kolb. I'm an agricultural management coordinator for the department, a position that I've been in for almost 7 years. I'm here to update you on the Bennett Carbon Farming Project, an initiative that was presented to the board a year ago last May. Before I begin, I wanted to show you 2 photos to give you an idea of where we're starting from on the Bennett property, and also a lot of other properties in similar condition. The first photo is an aerial photo of the Bennett property taken last May. I know that there's a lot going on in this photo, and you may not be intimately familiar with the topography of the property, but I just wanted to draw your attention to the left and right-hand sides of the photo. Suzanne, oh, she's not here. Suzanne's property's on the right. Oh, Suzanne is here, hi.
And what's at the very bottom, the semicircle?
Oh, that's the Boulder Feeder Canal.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, so we're looking east, Marcus McCulley's, I probably can't point her, but you can see kind of some veggie fields on the top of the photo. That's looking east to Marcus's property. And so this is what we can see of the Bennett property. And something doesn't quite look like the others. And what we're talking about here is why I'm here today. The soils here are lighter, there's not really any vegetation, it's May, it should be green, things should be growing. And the reason why that there's nothing growing here is because there's no topsoil for plants to grow in. The second photo is from February of 2018, and this really illustrates what a lack of topsoil looks like up close. This is neighbor Marcus McCulley standing on the Bennett property with Left Hand Canyon in the background to the west. What Marcus is actually standing on is the subsoil, as the entire O and A horizons of the property have eroded. The artificial intelligence in PowerPoint suggested a caption of a person standing in a dirt field, and I thought that was a pretty sad and apt description of what's going on.
Or in a rock field.
Rock field. Lots of nice rocks out there. Now, I realize not everyone in this room has taken a soils class, or maybe if you have, it's been a couple years. So I wanted to take the time to explain what soils are, why they're important, and what I'm talking about when I talk about the O and A horizon. Soil is a mixture of minerals, organic matter, and pore space taken up by air and water. Each of these components are important to the functioning of soils for supporting plant growth, microbial communities, and chemical decomposition. Minerals make up the largest component of soil, around 45%, and are the sand, silt, and clay particles derived from parent material. The relative proportion of sand, silt, and clay in the mineral fraction determines soil texture. So if you've heard of a loam or a sandy clay, that's really referring to soil texture. It's not changeable, it's inherent to each soil type, and it gives you an idea of the soil's capacity for water infiltration and nutrient retention. Organic matter is the smallest component of soil, but it is literally the glue that holds healthy soils together. I read a book years ago that described organic matter as the living, the dead, and the very dead. And so, stuck with me, it's gonna stick with you. And so when we talk about increasing soil carbon, we're actually talking about increasing that very dead component of soil, the humus. And it's also referred to as like stable organic matter. Organic matter is made up of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and also contains trace elements like nitrogen and phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, all these things that plants need to grow. And organic matter is really a sponge, right? It can hold water really well. It can hold 10 to 1,000 times more nutrients than the same amount of minerals. And so it improves soil structure, soil aggregate stability, again, increases water holding capacity and water infiltration. And this is so important when we talk about extreme weather events, whether you have intense precipitation or prolonged drought, soil organic matter buffers against those effects. And so when we lose organic matter, we see increases in dust and pollen and pathogens in the air, and we also see increases in sediment and nutrient loads in surface water. So that's what I wanted to say about organic matter. So the other half of soil is taken up.
Did I understand you correctly that in your diagram there, the organic matter is just the very dead?
Organic matter is all of those things. So organic matter is plant roots, arthropods, worms, and then also things that are very, very decomposed. Okay. And so the other half of soil is pore space taken up by air and water. Most of the organisms responsible for decomposition are aerobic, and so they need air to function just like you and I do. And they also need water, and water is also very critical to chemical processes happening in the soil. So soils, I'm jumping ahead. So soils are formed over thousands of years and can be destroyed in a single event, like a flood. Healthy soils need to be considered as important of a natural asset as clean air and clean water because they're intrinsically linked to both. FDR said that a nation that destroys its soils destroys itself. And this is because soil is the foundation for terrestrial ecosystems and supports food production, economic vitality, and services that are essential to humanity. So soils are not only extremely complex living ecosystems containing billions of organisms, they also control processes that we depend on: nitrogen cycling, carbon cycling, phosphorus cycling. These all happen in the soil. So you get it. Soils are important. So let's look at how soil is broken up into layers and what these different layers can tell us about how soils are functioning. The top layer of soil is the organic layer, or the O horizon. This layer holds most of the roots of shallow-rooted plants and contains at least 20% organic matter. And so it has that dark brown, black color from the organic matter. And this layer also physically protects the layers below it. So when we lose this layer, the layers below it are very much more prone to erosion. Well, I'm just jumping ahead. The second layer of soil is the topsoil, or the A horizon. It's composed of humus, which is that very dead organic matter, and minerals. And so it's a layer where seed germination and plant establishment takes place, so it is critical to the ecological function of a site. It is also highly vulnerable to wind and water erosion, so you want to keep it covered. Below the A horizon, we have the subsoil, or the B horizon. It is lighter in color than the O and A horizons because it is comprised mostly of clay, large rocks, and bedrock with very little organic matter. It also gets some of its color from aluminum oxide, calcium carbonate, and iron accumulates, and that's through a process called alluviation. But anyway, it's lighter colored, so when you see that, it's not a good sign if it's on the surface. Below the B horizon, we have the C horizon, or the substratum. And this is composed mainly of large rocks or lumps of partially broken bedrock. And so this layer is really considered the transition between soil and the parent material bedrock. It is also the least affected by weather because it should be deep within the soil profile and inaccessible to soil-forming agents, like all those organisms that are supported by organic matter. Plant roots do not reach this layer, so there is no organic matter present. And then the lowest layer is bedrock, and it is continuous mass, should be very difficult to dig through, and the depth to bedrock varies regionally and can be a few inches or hundreds of feet. So if we go back to the first photo I showed you, our neighbors to the north and south have all of their layers. And on the Bennett property, we have just the bottom three. So why is there no topsoil on this property and other open space properties? Like I mentioned earlier, soil can be lost in a single event or a series of events once there are no roots or vegetation to hold soils in place. On the Bennett property, it has been lost to both wind and water erosion. This is a photo from Sylvia Hickenlooper. She works for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. It's from April 17th of 2018. If you remember that day, we had 90-mile-an-hour plus winds. And this photo was actually taken just north of the Bennett property on Nelson Road, about 55th. And so it looked better on my computer, but soil that was left bare either through tillage or from gaps in vegetation has been lifted and is airborne and is moving east. And we paid a lot of money for that soil. And so it's what it looks like when it finally sets back down.
On that picture, where is the Bennett property?
Bennett, I'll just do this.
Towards the sky, right?
So Bennett's down here, it's south. So this is the Boulder Feeder Canal. It's gonna be right here. Bennett's over here. So we had a BOSC meeting that day, so I was inside. Okay, so what does it look like after an event like this? This is the eastern fence line on Bennett, taken after we had a really bad windstorm Christmas Day 2016, if you remember that windstorm. And this is our typical 10-strand high tensile fence, and only 4 strands are visible because that topsoil moved and is buried feet of this fence. So how do we get to a point where there are no plants holding the soil in place on a property that had perennial pastures and hayfields? It's important to know how perennial grasses respond to grazing. Please keep in mind that this is true for any animal grazing, whether it's wild or domestic. The first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that above ground structure reflects below ground structure. So the more biomass we have above ground, the more biomass we have below ground, feeding the soil food web. So when a plant is grazed, a portion of the above ground biomass is removed. The plant then uses its root reserves to regrow above ground biomass, and as a result, the roots die back. If the plant is allowed to rest without being grazed again, the plant recovers both above and below ground biomass. And I just wanted to point out that this is how organic matter gets into the soil, this process of grazing, roots dying back. This and sloughing is just one of the ways that we get carbon buildup in the soil. However, if a plant is grazed again during this recovery period, there are less roots reserves to draw upon to recover a second time, so they'll die back even further. And so if this process happens enough times, the plant eventually dies. And so what we see as we lose these perennial grasses, undesirable species move in, and these are species that can tolerate grazing or they're just unpalatable. These species have different function and structure in the ecosystem and generally do not have the same kind of litter cover or protection of the soil. And so over time, as soil is eroded by wind and water, we're further selecting for these species that can tolerate these droughty, thinning soils. So the soil degradation taking place on Bennett and other open space properties is related to the intensive and persistent clipping and grazing by prairie dogs. The 124-acre Bennett property was acquired in 2007 for $3.5 million and leased as a cattle ranching headquarters. In this photo, this is the entire extent of the Bennett property. The orange outline is the ag fields. At the time of acquisition, approximately 10 of the 103 agricultural acres were occupied by prairie dogs. And so over time, we can see prairie dog extent increase. And by 2018, they covered 68% of the property with gaps due to kind of these perennial wet areas that they don't like to occupy. The lessee of this property was also on several other properties that were occupied by prairie dogs and gave up all of her leases at the end of 2017 due to catastrophic hay and forage losses. So the loss of properties like Bennett from the open space agricultural leasing program represent a significant devaluation of the land and water assets that the city acquired. Once in such a degraded state, these lands are difficult to restore and become a management burden for the department. More importantly, soils in this state, because they have lost their O&A horizons, have diminished capacity to absorb and hold carbon. So the loss of these layers is the loss of the ability to store carbon. Given the importance of the function of organic matter, this loss also reduces the resilience of these ecosystems to climate change and associated extreme weather events. And this is the wrong time for this trend. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change produced a report last year that said reducing emissions is not enough to avert the most catastrophic effects of climate change. We need to be removing carbon from the atmosphere. So the question of how to slow, stop, and reverse soil degradation on these properties can also be a strategy to increase soil carbon sequestration. The Bennett Carbon Farming Project is the culmination of a joint initiative with Boulder County that is exploring carbon sequestration strategies based on sustainable and regenerative agricultural practices. The idea being that even small increases in soil organic carbon over very large areas can significantly reduce net carbon dioxide emissions. Mark Easter at CSU's Natural Resource Ecology Lab modeled 5 different practices that can be incorporated into agricultural lands that result in a net reduction in carbon dioxide equivalents. These practices are amending lands with compost, using nitrification inhibitors with fertilizer. Excuse me. You want to just take it, Dan?
Yes. No, I'm not going to continue. Keep my image up.
Tillage reduction, so either using no-till or reduced till. incorporating cover crops so that there's a living cover all year round, or planting windbreaks. So as we can see in the graph, amending with compost actually has the greatest potential to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, but with current prices and cost share funding mechanisms, it's actually one of the most expensive to implement on a per acre basis. So the city selected the Bennett property as a pilot project to test different soil regeneration techniques that would have this co-benefit of sequestering carbon. We were interested in testing compost applications side by side with other methods that have shown promise to build carbon and water holding capacities in the soil and enhance the soil microbiome, including the use of biochar and a subsoil technique, subsoil plowing technique on the contour called keylining. So this area circled is where we put the plots, and I have a picture of the keyline plow. It's here on the left, and I also have a video here on the right. You'll notice the tractor's going really slow. That's pretty much the speed we had to do things. We were avoiding prairie dog burrows, so I was running around with a piece of plywood and filming. But the other thing I wanted you to notice is there's not actually any kind of uplifting or churning. It's just simply slicing the soil, so there's very minimal disturbance to vegetation on the soil surface.
And Lauren, how deep is that going into the soil, roughly?
Probably a foot. They can go up to 30 inches, but there's not really that much soil on the property to go that deep. So really, it's almost functioning like a root, right? It's creating air and water space in the soil, and so it can either move. If you're doing it on the contour or slightly off the contour, you can move water from water-rich areas to water-poor areas, or you can use it to slow irrigation water on a slope.
And for those of us of a certain age, compare this versus contour plowing, the similarities and differences.
It sounds similar. I'm not familiar enough with contour plowing. Are they flipping and inverting on contour plowing?
John Potter, Resource and Stewardship Manager. So contour plowing would be plowing along the contour, trying to almost dam up the flow of water as it's going through. It kind of goes along the contour, and water flowing is going to hit like a flat bed.
Right.
And that's going to be that's going to hold the water. This is more kind of weeping the water through down across the contour, kind of gradually, and that would be the difference I would think about between the two.
Wouldn't normal contour plowing would be turning the soil and creating a furrow?
Yeah, it would, but up on a bank, and
a little level,
the next bank down, and then another bank like that. So.
Okay, so this just slices.
Mm-hmm. It's like a hot knife.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Gosh.
Generation gap.
Yeah, but we filled it.
I read about it somewhere. So, as Suzanne alluded to, we did create a contract with our neighbor, Marcus McCulley, to help do this work on the property. That's actually him and his tractor. So, with Marcus's help, we established experimental plots in July of 2018 with Marcus and his staff, and also with Phil Taylor from Mad Agriculture and some of his research fellows. We had Ready to Work helping, and then also, as you can see in this photo, Junior Rangers. One more thing I wanted to point out in this photo is this is July. Yeah. It was hot and dry, but not even weeds were living on this property.
Amazing.
Canada thistle, bindweed, everything was crispy. And I actually fried my scale this day. It was that hot, so I was crispy too. So our replicated treatments included a control, which is basically when we get on a property and it's in this state, we just try to seed and hope something comes up. So that's our control treatment. We did a compost treatment where we applied compost at 16.8 tons per acre. It was commercially available compost from A1. It's about 1/8 of an inch thick. We did a keyline treatment on the contour, and then we did a keyline plus compost treatment, which combined both the keyline treatment and the compost together. One of our staff seeded a diverse cover crop mixture of sun hemp, sunflower, millet, forage radish, sorghum, and then 2 weeks later I went out and took some photos. And so on the left here we have one of the keyline plots. You can see the cover crop is up. It's a pretty vigorous, like thick stand. It looks really, really good. And on the right is the control plot. And this is probably one of the only areas I could actually find the seed. You can see it's lagging well behind the keyline plots. And so we'll see how this plays out.
And can you just say a word or two about the selection of the species that you used?
Sure. So I seeded a little bit later than I wanted to. It was August 11th or 13th. But generally I was looking for warm season species because, you know, they're going to do better in July and August. And, you know, the forage radish I had on hand, so I threw that in too. So if we had kind of an early frost, that would stand up to, you know, at least 1 or 2 frosts. And so, you know, as the season progresses, you kind of need to adjust the mixture based on how many growing days you think you have left.
And was this irrigated after it was?
It was irrigated, yes.
Flood irrigated.
Flood irrigated. So you know, Elizabeth showed some pictures of some rilling. That's certainly a concern. It makes it difficult to establish plots using flood irrigation, for sure.
So there was no attempt to use native species at this point?
No, native seed's very expensive. But I'll get into that. We did, after this, we did do a frost seeding in October with some native grasses and some, some known cultivars too. Those did not work either, but
okay.
I didn't really talk about that, but. So 45 days after cover crop planting, I harvested weed and cover crop biomass samples in each of the plots. Those samples were dried and weighed, and then the data was analyzed using analysis of variance and then mean separation. So looking at the cover crop biomass first, we have weight in grams per meter squared on the y-axis, and then the 4 treatments on the x-axis. Points represent treatment means, and then the error bars represent plus or minus 2 standard errors. Means with the same letter are not significantly different from each other. And so the first thing that's going to draw your attention is what's happening in the keyline and compost treatment, and it's way higher than any of the other treatments. And so that plot had the equivalent of 800 pounds per acre of biomass 45 days after planting. And this was 4 times higher than the keyline treatment alone. So there's definitely a benefit to having some kind of nutrients for those cover crops to grow, and especially when there's no A horizon or any other kind of fertility source for those seeds. No cover crop biomass in either the control or the compost treatment. And like that picture I showed a slide ago or 2 slides ago, just fatal germination. Those seeds came up maybe, but there was just not enough moisture retention in the soils to keep them alive.
And the irrigation treatment was the same across?
Yep, so everything, so the seeding was the same, irrigation was the same. The only thing that was different was compost or key lining. For weed biomass, we see a different pattern. Again, we have weight in grams per meter squared on the y-axis, and then the treatments in the same order on the x-axis. And so the first thing that's, that I saw was that the compost treatment actually had the highest weed biomass. And so our hypothesis is that, there's nutrients there, but there's no cover crop to compete with the weeds for it. So that's why the weeds were able to grow more vigorously in those plots. Weed growth was equally low in the control treatment and then the keyline treatments together. And we think the weed growth was low in the control treatments because there was no nutrients or water retention there for the weeds.
Are you saying this is weed, W-E-E-D biomass?
Weed, yeah, as in like undesirable species.
So it's not cover crop biomass?
Oh, did it flip back again? Oh, no, shoot. I'm sorry, wrong title. This is definitely weed biomass.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll fix the slide. I was like, okay, so yeah, I'm sorry, this is weed biomass, forget the title. Weed biomass in grams per meter squared. And so yes, it's highest in the compost treatment and equally low in the other 3 treatments.
So you went out and hand-picked the...
Hand-clipped.
Yeah,
yep.
Got it.
Okay. And so we're speculating that the weed biomass was low in the keyline and keyline plus compost treatments because the cover crop was there to compete with the weeds for those nutrients, or to compete with the weeds for whatever nutrients were in the soil.
So Lauren, is the cover crop or are the cover crops annuals?
They are annuals.
No perennials?
No perennials. I didn't know this was going to work. Cover crop seed is expensive, so I'm going to, be very judicious with the city's money. So the idea was, can we get something to grow? And if we
Maybe
get
you
something
can
to grow,
get a grant from BOSC.
I'll work on that one. These results are encouraging. I was skeptical, but I was happy that it worked. We've done a lot of seeding on a lot of ground, and nothing comes up. So to do, to put some compost down, to do a low disturbance keyline plowing and see such a dramatic result is very encouraging. And so, it really highlights that keylining is absolutely essential to realizing the benefit of compost on desirable plant species when soils are in this state. And so it suggests that a combination of keylining, composting, irrigating are all necessary to get plants to grow. So unfortunately, that's a lot of work, on some of these properties. So it's encouraging, but at the same time, it's a lot of work looking forward. And so based on the success of 2018, we have seeded this area now twice with perennial seeds, and we're waiting to see how they establish. And we will be working on the rest of the property, fixing the irrigation systems, applying compost, keylining, and then seeding with a cover crop, and then in 2020, seeding with perennials.
And you're doing all of this with the presence of prairie dogs?
Yes. I can talk about that in a second.
Okay.
So are the perennials native?
It's a mixture of native and non-native species. So we have some warm season natives and some cool season non-natives. Because this is an irrigated site, I'm just kind of hedging my bets. So as you can see in this photo, we did this in the presence of prairie dogs. So we have, the key lines don't actually run through any of these burrows. It was obvious that prairie dogs were coming in and grazing in that area. And I don't have any data beyond 2018 to tell you how things are gonna function from here on out. I do know that we're gonna continue to refine and experiment with these treatments to find out what works best or what works even better, and use that to inform what the emerging agroecology program will be doing for the department. And one of the more exciting outcomes from this project is that it is attracting research collaborations with the USDA's Agricultural Research Service, with CU's Sustainability Innovation Lab, and with CSU's Natural Resource Ecology Lab. And I think the overall objective of these efforts is to utilize our carbon farming and agroecology projects to help accelerate development and deployment of successful soil regeneration and carbon sequestration practices for both public and private land managers. And so, as you may have seen on the Prairie Dog Working Group tour or just driving around Boulder County, depletion of organic matter and soil loss is a widespread problem. And it gives me hope that we can turn things around even in a single growing season. And as we look forward to the next 50 years, this project can be a foundation for the legacy of the department. What are we leaving for future generations? Is it simply land that lacks development? Can we continue to cultivate the forward thinking that created the open space program in the first place? We have an opportunity to innovate and serve as a national and international leader in addressing a global challenge with these efforts. So I just wanted to thank a couple people that are here in the audience: Brett Kincairn, Lori Dieter, Hunter Brooks, the Junior Rangers program, Ready to Work, Marcus McCulley, our contractor partner, and then Anna Karen Lee, Phil Taylor, and Tanner Starbird from Mad Ag, because they've all been helpful to get this program off the I don't know, out of our heads and onto the land. So thank you. That's it.
Thanks.
Any questions?
Yeah, another quick seed question.
Sure.
This goes back to the contour plowing.
Oh, gosh.
We used to say there really needs to be some nitrogen fixers in the mix. Do you use alfalfa or anything like that?
In the cover crop mix, or just in general across open space?
Yeah, in the seed mixes.
In the seed mix we did. So Sun Hemp is a warm season. Sun Hemp, SUNN.
Okay.
It's not related to hemp. It's a warm season nitrogen fixer. I also included cowpeas. And then in the perennial mixture, what did I plant? I planted some kind of vetch.
Okay.
But a good vetch, not a, can't remember. Lynn, what vetch did we plant? It was $100 a pound. That's all I can remember about it. And then we also put in and we also put in sainfoin, which is a dryland legume as well. It's pretty tenacious. If that doesn't come up, I'm not really hopeful that anything else would. So.
And is your long-range vision, I mean, long-range by 5 years or so, to establish some kind of hayfield composition, or what are you going for? Natives or hayfield or what?
I would be happy with like perennial vegetation. So I think at this point, we had kind of triaged a lot of these properties into what we thought we could get back. And I think a pasture might be what I could hope for in 5 years. And, you know, it all depends on, it's hard to say with the presence of prairie dogs how that affects permanence of any of this vegetation.
The reason I ask is over the years there have been efforts that have, after the fact, said, oops, because we got established some species that really ended up being weedy and non-desirable in the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm interested in what mixes you're using and not, and what you're keeping in and out of your mixes. And
Karen, I totally appreciate that, and that's why I run every mix by Lynn Riedel. And so I get the sign off.
The gold standard. Got it.
Yeah. So I'm not using.
You said the magic words.
Okay.
That's good. Thanks.
So as I understand this, the basic point here in simple terms is it is possible to sort of take the soil and begin to get it to where it is once again supporting plant life. Is there anything that you're looking at that gets us out of the cycle that just returns it to the same problems? I realize there's a value in getting it to a healthier state, assuming you then get rid of the problem that led to the soil degrading in the first place.
I think what makes this difficult is that there's an economic factor for the farmers. And so there comes a point where there's not enough production for them to continue to put the effort in to irrigate these properties. And so at that point, they're still in their lease. And so I think there needs to be a greater effort on the department's side to make sure that we're keeping the irrigation infrastructure up, that if properties are in a lease or technically leasable but not productive, and also kind of a dollar sink for farmers, that maybe we need to step in and do more, having a bigger investment in keeping them from going like this. But for them to return to this, I mean, I think our farmers are, for the most part, have really good grazing practices, and we can see that across the system. I think when there's multiple species competing for the same resources, and some of those species are here year-round, I don't know how you keep things from looking like this.
You're not suggesting that what you grew here is more resilient than what was there originally?
No, I don't. Well, you mean originally like pre-brome or like pre?
Well, I mean like 20 years ago or whenever it was that we began the slide that, led to the conditions that we see.
Right, yeah. No, I don't think that this cover crop mixture is any more resilient than brome. The perennial mix that we seeded back, I don't know if that can establish and be more resilient than brome. I don't have any information on that.
Is that what it was predominantly?
I would assume it was brome and orchard grass.
Yeah.
And maybe some alfalfa. I wasn't here in 2007, so.
So if I'm hearing this right, one of the cool things is can we start the restoration project with the presence of prairie dogs? And then the longer term question would be, can it still be sustained with the same level of prairie dogs? And that's what we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. And we can start to do this, but again, the time that it takes to be, faithful to the borough ordinance makes this difficult to do on a large scale.
I have a question about the compost, because I thought EcoCycle donated the compost, and then you were talking about the cost from a commercial source?
Yeah, so EcoCycle did not donate the compost, so that's a different. Are you thinking of the EcoCycle carbon farming project that they're doing right now, or the specific project?
Talking about the Bennett property.
Oh, okay, no, they didn't.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, it's okay. There's a lot of different carbon projects happening, but they didn't donate the compost. We did pick it up at the Western
disposal.
Their facility there. They did truck it down from Weld County for us, but it's still $18 a ton, and if you're applying 17 tons per acre, it's a couple $100, and that's just the compost. That's not applying it.
Yep.
So.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Lauren.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was awesome.
It really is.
Cool project.
All right, we're going to kind of stick with the little theme here. We're going to get an update on our soil monitoring in the Grasslands Project, and Ann Lesberg, who's our monitoring and research analyst. Hello.
And I need to get my computer going, but thank you.
Let's see, you want me to start off?
Informative and good setup for explaining soils.
This is such a cool picture.
Crazy.
Yeah. I just assume.
Feels like another 2 hours. Well, we got prairie dogs and the master plan.
Oh, God, yes. Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know.
These 26-letter passwords.
26-letter password.
A-B-C-D-E.
But then you have to get your fingers to do that. So both of these projects were started in 2018.
So I'm Ann Lesberg, and I'm a research and monitoring analyst with OSMP. I've been with OSMP for 10 years in a monitoring capacity, and most recently working with Brian Anaker to support science and research across the department. I have a master's degree in ecosystem ecology from the University of Washington, and after that, I've worked in the eastern U.S., in the Pacific Northwest, and elsewhere in Colorado, trying to understand how different disturbances like hurricanes, fire, forest management, and land use influence plant communities. So tonight's update is a summary of work initiated in 2018 to inventory the soils of open space and mountain parks grasslands. And we're gonna provide some background on our grassland vegetation monitoring as context for soil sampling, and summarize goals and methods for the soil inventory, and then provide some preliminary results that illustrate how soils, grassland, vegetation, and land use are linked. And then finally, just highlight some of the next steps for exploring our grassland soils data. So our grassland monitoring and our soil inventory sampled the 3 major grassland systems on open space and mountain parks, which we sometimes call conservation targets. The mixed grass prairie mosaic is the matrix for our grasslands. It comprises about 40% of the grassland planning area, and as the name suggests, many different plant communities intermingle within this mixed grass prairie mosaic. The Music Big Bluestem Prairie is a type of tallgrass prairie that occupies areas along the floodplains of South Boulder Creek and older stream terraces where high water tables, irrigation, or coarse gravelly soils support some species characteristic of the eastern Great Plains grasslands, such as big bluestem. And then we have the xeric, or dry tallgrass prairie, that occurs from the forest grassland edge out into the glacial outwash and mesas, mostly on rocky soils. And here we find this unique mix of tallgrass prairie species, including big bluestem, as well as higher elevation montane species. So we started monitoring in 2009, and we've been monitoring our upland grassland vegetation health by recording plant cover in permanent plots randomized across our grasslands. Using the collected data, we calculate indicators of grassland condition, for example, the cover of bare soil and the diversity and cover of native species. So using 2017 data, we can see that overall viability ratings for these indicators show differences among the 3 grassland types. In this chart, red and yellow indicate conditions that are outside our predetermined acceptable range of variation, and the green indicates a good or very good condition for our grasslands. So while our indicator ratings did not change much over time, we saw in all years how this xeric tallgrass sites consistently scored better for native species diversity than the other 2 conservation targets, which had only fair scores. And we also saw that the mixed grass prairie mosaic had the poorest quality overall for these indicators. So while our monitorings revealed much about the variability and status of our grassland vegetation, we knew little about the unseen condition and variability beneath our feet. And these are all the feet of people that have monitored over the years and how that might differ among our grassland types. So we know that soils matter. We heard a lot about that from Lauren. It matters to a lot of the issues that OSMP addresses in conserving and managing our lands, including things like erosion potential, resilience to drought, grassland biodiversity, and even carbon sequestration. So as Lauren so elegantly explained, soils play a vital role in cycling and storage of carbon, plant nutrients, and water. And they also support soil microbes and other critters involved in decomposition. Soil physical properties affect carbon and water storage and nutrient availability. So given the community interest in soils, particularly carbon, and our interest in understanding below-ground factors that influence grassland vegetation, the timing seemed right to initiate an inventory of our grassland soils. So in 2018, we partnered with researchers at Colorado University to conduct a grassland soils inventory. Tracy Halward, who's pictured there on the top slide, oversaw this effort, and she also oversaw the cows. We're working with Professor Tim Seestad, who volunteered a huge number of hours on this project, and then Brian Seckler and Sasha Abakasis completed their team. And the project goals were to develop and test a protocol that would work on our system, to collect soil samples near our 90 permanent vegetation transects that we monitored in 2017, so that we could evaluate correlations between soil traits and vegetation conditions. So these transects are a subset of 160 transects that we've monitored in earlier years, and the sampling locations were distributed across the 3 conservation targets that are colored differently on this map. So if we zoom in to this area just south of Highway 36 and east of South Boulder Creek Trail, you can see a small area where the Mesic Big Bluestem Conservation Target in blue kind of borders the South Boulder Creek corridor, and the orange xeric tallgrass mosaic with their corresponding monitoring plots. So these 90 sites also covered a number of different land uses, including grazing, historic tilling, irrigation, and also prairie dog occupation. Testing for protocol development revealed that sampling of native grasslands is nothing like sampling agricultural soils. It required a great amount of dexterity and ingenuity. So to facilitate the sampling in our many rocky sites, soil sampling depth was limited to the top 15 centimeters of soils. But these upper soils likely contain organic carbon that is more biologically available and more susceptible to changes in the soil surface than the deeper soils. To account for the soil variability at a site, soil samples were collected from 8 subsites just outside the vegetation monitoring transects, and then mixed and combined to create a composite sample per location. Now, researchers used a variety of tools to collect samples, but they were able to control for similar soil volume by depth. And they were able to sample all 90 sites between June 1st and November 1st. We wanted to measure soil parameters that were less sensitive to sampling date and weather because we realized that the sampling would stretch over the whole spring and summer. Sure. And we also wanted to pick parameters that were important for ecosystem processes. And finally, we wanted to collect parameters that were easy enough to sample and to measure in the lab. So the chosen soil parameters, or groups of soil parameters, were soil texture, which you saw earlier Lauren had a diagram of. And soil texture describes the relative abundance of different size particles in the soil. And it's important because it influences a number of soil properties, including water holding capacity and fertility and erosion potential. We also measured depth of litter, and litter in this case is considered the undecomposed dead plant parts, and duff with partially or completely decomposed plant parts that lie above the mineral soil. And then finally, we had a group of soil fertility measures, which included total carbon, inorganic carbon, and organic carbon. We also measured total nitrogen and extractable phosphorus, potassium, and sulfur, and those are surrogates of plant-available elements in the soil. But organic carbon in particular is important because it maintains the stability of soil aggregates. It's a food source for the microbes involved in decomposition, and it influences the physical and chemical properties such as soil water holding capacity again and nutrient availability. So in this presentation, I'm going to just present some preliminary results for texture and carbon. Prior to lab analysis, the soils were bagged, dried, and sieved to remove the larger rocks, which there were plenty, and organic materials. And then soil texture was determined using standard protocols that measure the density of different sized soil particles suspended in solution at different times. And carbon concentrations were measured at the Colorado State University labs on finely ground subsamples. Laboratory analysis revealed some broad differences in soil chemical and textural characteristics, as illustrated in the subset of samples being analyzed for texture. So here we see some of our texture results. The bar graph displays the average relative amounts of sand, silt, and clay in our soil samples for each of the grassland conservation targets. Our grassland soil, at least the upper 15 centimeters, as you can see, are dominated by sand particles across all conservation targets. On average, soils in the mixed grass prairie, which is that bar in the middle, had higher percentages of clay than those in the Mesic big bluestem and the xeric tallgrass prairie. And those other two had very similar ratios of sand, silt, and clay. So while our texture analysis showed similar particle distributions for the xeric tallgrass and the Mesic big bluestem, rockiness measured at the surface clearly distinguishes these two targets. So the xeric tallgrass mosaic has, with its low clay and high rockiness, can be distinguished from the mixed grass prairie mosaic with its higher clay and high rockiness, and from the Music Big Bluestem with its low clay and low rockiness, at least on the surface. In our xeric tallgrass prairie, ecologists have speculated that deeper clay soils below the depth that we sampled trap rain-fed moisture in these rocky, porous soils that's sufficient to support the tallgrass species typically found in wetter regions. Rocky soils also kind of near the surface also act as a mulch, reducing moisture loss through evapotranspiration. Laboratory analysis also revealed some broad differences in our organic carbon concentrations, as illustrated in this photo of a subset of our samples. We can see that the lower concentrations of carbon, where the arrows are, generally correspond to lighter colors in these test tubes. So we wondered why soils varied in organic carbon. And so next we're going to explore how organic carbon varies with land use and with vegetation. So this map displays the location of soil sampling sites that were historically tilled in brown and those never tilled in green. And the size of the bubbles reflects the percentage of soil organic carbon. If we zoom in, we can see that this area with a lot of the tilled sites is actually in the gun barrel area. This bar graph illustrates the striking difference in soil organic carbon with tilling. So soil organic carbon was reduced nearly 50% by nearly 50% on average in transects that were historically tilled. And it suggests that the legacy of tilling and removing native vegetation lasts for decades, despite the relatively good cover currently of vegetation on these sites. In our mixed grass prairie mosaic, grasslands sometimes, some monitoring sites experience the cycle of colonization and die-off of prairie dogs, as well as associated vegetation. The bar graph on the right shows that the average organic carbon was lower in the mixed grass prairie mosaic sites that had been occupied by prairie dogs anytime in the last 22 years. That's the record we have of mapping prairie dog colonies. We also wondered if there would be a link between vegetation and soil carbon as has been suggested in the literature. So this analysis of 51 samples from the mixed grass prairie mosaic showed a significant positive correlation between soil carbon and native plant species diversity, which is on the y-axis, and that's defined as the number of species per 100 meters squared. So you can see how the tilled sites, which are those light green circles, for the most part occupy that lower left corner of the graph, where soil organic carbon is low, as well as native species counts are low. So this is a really interesting graph to see this fairly tight relationship. But when we don't see that relationship when looking at the xeric tallgrass communities or the Music Big Bluestem communities, or when looking at non-native species diversity and carbon relationships. So note the lack of the trend line here. Again, we have non-native species on the y-axis and organic carbon on the x-axis. And finally, we also wondered if the grassland viability ratings that we use in our grassland plan would show any relationship to soil below-ground traits. So this bar graph illustrates the average soil organic carbon percent for transects grouped by their indicator ratings for native species diversity. And you can see the general trend from higher carbon in the sites with high viability ratings to low carbon in sites with poor ratings. We see a similar pattern when we look at the cover of bare soil, which is another one of our indicators. Note the pattern with the decreasing carbon as the ratings get poorer.
So poor bare cover rating means more bare cover?
Yes, in this case. And we've established standards in the grassland plan that establishes how that falls out with these ratings. So this kind of gives us an indication that what's hidden beneath our feet may to some extent be predictable by simple assessments of bare soil and native species diversity. So our presentation showed some preliminary findings for texture and organic carbon that will guide further exploration and analysis. For texture, we observed that sand dominates our grassland soils and that clay is most abundant in the mixed grass prairie mosaic, while the other two types had similar ratios of sand, silt, and clay. For carbon, we saw that historic tilling and prairie dog occupation, on average, left a legacy of lower carbon in our soils. But all this needs to be considered in light of the high variability that is masked by average values and the understanding that each sampling site is a unique combination of multiple factors influencing their carbon abundance. In light of this, our next steps will be to focus on better understanding some of the transects with extreme values, what we call outliers, and also how multiple factors like location on the landscape, vegetation type, and land use interact or confound our results. We hope to conduct further analysis and reporting of all the soil variables by partnering with specialists in soil or ecosystem ecology. We are also considering sampling 70 additional sites that have been monitored for grassland vegetation and cover a broader range of land use and vegetation associations. And finally, we will use the results and questions that emerge from the study to help guide development of an open space and mountain parks research agenda for soils. So thank you, and invite you to ask questions for me. And I also want to thank Brian Anaker and Lynn Riedel for their support in this collaborative project with CU. Any questions?
Great project. This photograph was taken where? Whoops, thank you.
I have that in my notes.
It's just a beautiful grasslands.
Lynn Riedel took it. Do you remember where you took it?
East Beach.
Oh, East Beach? Okay.
East Beach.
East Beach.
Really? On the east side of the highway. Beautiful with the needle grass and. My question is whether or if you can, whether you have extracted sites where there's been cattle grazing?
Yes, absolutely.
And what you found, whether you can tell us for any one grass type what the effect of grazing was on the carbon in the soil, or?
We did see differences looking just at the grassland types. So the carbon was highest in the mesic big blue stem on average.
Yes, and that's what one of your earlier slides said, right?
I think I don't think I reported that out in the earlier slide.
Okay.
In terms
Carbon was highest in mesic blue stem?
Mm-hmm. The organic carbon average. Now, in terms of grazing, I've just looked at that quickly. The signature is not huge. Part of that is that we don't have a lot of sites that are ungrazed, so you have to realize the sample sizes are different for all of this. But that is something we will explore in more depth.
Thanks, because that will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Do you have a list of constituent species in those various categories and their cover?
The species
So the
that are
native-
associated with the conservation targets?
Right.
Yeah, I don't have them with
No,
me, but we can definitely produce those.
In their relative cover?
Yep, for all of those years that we sampled.
Great. And how is the project funded?
So, Brian, do you want to address that?
Hello, Brian Anaker, Science Officer. The promotion here. We received this proposal as part of our grants program, And we decided there wasn't a strong enough scientific perspective in terms of a hypothesis that was going to be tested. But we really liked the project, and we knew Tim really well and trusted that he could do a great job. And so we funded it as a contract. Does that answer your question?
For either
At
of
about
you.
what level? Excuse me.
No, that's quite all right.
You know the cost of the contract?
I can look it up.
We'll get you the number.
Okay.
So it was a small grants project?
Yeah.
That's how it started, as a proposal to do a small grants
But
project.
it was funded as a contract.
Right.
And some of that money went to pay for the lab analysis.
Yeah.
Right.
A question for either of you.
Yeah.
How do you see soil sampling then fitting into the long-term grassland monitoring? I mean, I don't know how fast you think soil changes, so is it something we're going to monitor every 5 years, every 10? What's your thinking here?
I think soils are difficult to monitor in the short term because there's so much variability, even, within a small site or across the landscape. So to try to be able to detect change would be fairly difficult. But having the baseline data is very useful for understanding the soil vegetation relationships. Brian, do you want to add anything to that? No.
So it doesn't sound like this is going to be something we're going to do on a regular basis and
Yeah, there may
focus
be
on vegetation.
This data may show that there are other factors that we want to monitor in more depth at a more local scale. I mean, we weren't able to do some things like soil moisture because it changes over time, obviously, microbial biomass.
Okay, thanks.
Great project.
Do you all have a lit review for data on organic carbon in soils over a larger perspective to say anything about these soils in comparison to other areas or high carbon soils, or how do they pan out?
That's a really good question, and one of the things we would like to get other scientists involved in is to help us put this in the context of other areas. Those measurements, varying to about, maybe our highest one was about 5.7%, something like that. They're within the range of what you expect for soil carbon. Generally, I think there's some national park data that we might be able to compare it to, but that's a job for the future. In terms of, it's often difficult to compare this type of data because it's often reported as stocks, which mean that the percent or the concentration of carbon is converted to carbon per area. So you need some bulk density measurements in order to do that conversion, which we didn't do.
I don't know whether you're familiar, Brian, with the MENV project that one of the MENV teams did the first year, but they did an extensive lit review on soil carbon in grasslands and forests. Katie Browning was a member of that team.
Yeah.
And it would be interesting to get their data and their lit review if you don't have it already.
Yes, we worked with her a little bit, and we have her report, and it was kind of a Colorado statewide inventory of carbon stocks in soils and above ground. So we have that information. It'd be good to take another look at it with reference to this inventory.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see in terms of grasslands and forests. And my recollection was that they found that grassland soils harbored more carbon than forest soils, if I'm remembering it correctly.
Yeah, I don't recall that, but we'll take a look.
Okay. Thanks. Right.
Thank you very much, Ann.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to invite Darren Wagner up and team to talk about Open Space Mountain Parks Master Plan Engagement Window Number 4. I'll join you in just a bit.
Ready when you are. Good evening, everybody. Darren Wagner with the Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan team. Thanks for having us back tonight. We are tonight going to talk to you about the survey. It's an exciting moment. We've worked all so hard together on this, and I do want to thank the board's involvement in designing the survey. We are very interested to see the findings, and I think you will be too. So we are going to talk about the survey methodology, and we have Erin Caldwell from the National Research Center here to do that initial part of the presentation, and then we're going to give you some highlights from the findings, as well as what initial effects they have on the draft master plan. So we're in the process of that and see that as the first iteration of applying these survey results, but we'll look to board and council and additional public feedback in terms of perhaps additional ways that we may apply what we hear from the survey in the draft master plan. And then want to give you time for questions and reflections. So just a brief overview, just a reminder, the survey was a part of an entire engagement window where we had multiple opportunities. So the community workshop, we had 70 participants. Micro-engagements engaged about 60 people, including a particular opportunity for those engaged with the Promotoris Network to respond to the survey. The statistical survey itself, 23% response rate with 1,331 responses. The online survey, almost 2,300 responses. And as always, we also engage our staff in these processes as well. So tonight we are going to focus on the statistical survey. There are a number of interesting comparisons that we may make, and certainly in the report coming out, you'll be able to see more of that. But just for the interest of time, we wanted to focus on some of the findings from the statistical survey tonight. So before we do that, I do want to bring Erin up. And again, she's the Director of Research with the National Research Center, and we've been very grateful to have her expertise on the project. She also led the 2016 resident survey, as well as other projects, and she knows us well, so appreciate it.
We've been hearing about you.
Hopefully it's all been good. So I am here just to give you a little overview of the survey methodology and the survey project. There were actually 3 data collection efforts that were a part of this: that mailed scientific or statistically valid survey, the online open participation, and also a special outreach to the Latino community through the Promotoris Network. So one of the first steps was just to develop the questionnaire, and that was an iterative process between the consultants, so that was Design Workshop and NRC, and then the city, and so that includes the staff, you, the board and council, and also the process community, and so it kind of went back and forth until we finalized that questionnaire. So then talking mostly tonight about that scientific survey, or the statistically valid, the target population was households in the city limits and also out to Area 3 from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The source that we used for those household addresses was based on the United States Postal Service delivery sequence file. So that's a list with really high coverage. Almost every household will have a chance of being a part of the survey with that list. We selected randomly 5,000, households from Area 1, the city limits, and then 1,000 from Areas 2 and 3. And we also oversampled multifamily housing units at a 5-to-3 ratio to single-family units, because we know that people in those households tend to respond at a lower rate. We had 4 contacts with households through this process. We sent out first a pre-notification postcard. It was in Spanish and English, and we just liked that because you don't even have to open up an envelope to see you've been selected, and it sort of helps to increase that response rate and open rate when they get the survey. Then we mailed a Wave 1 survey packet, looked like this, branded with Open Space logo there. And we then send out actually a second wave survey packet after that. And that's important because we get about 30% of our total responses from that second wave, survey research best practice to increase response rates. And then we sent out another reminder in Spanish, like, hey, if you want to participate in the survey, you can by going to this link.
Just Spanish?
That was only in Spanish, just to try to, because we had that link too, we did not have a link on the English part of the survey. So we just wanted to give another effort there. And as Darren already mentioned, we got a 23% response rate. Let me go to this one. There were 1,331 completed surveys. From those, about 5,746 households we estimate that actually received the survey. We always get some back, undeliverable from the post office. 4 of those were completed online, as part of that Spanish effort, but only one of them was actually in Spanish. The other ones, they opted in actually to complete it in English. We did weight the survey data. That's again another one of those survey research best practices. So we compare the demographic profile of our respondents to the community from the census. And you can kind of see here what that does is we, for example, on renting and owning a home, we tend to hear more from owners than we do from renters. And so what we do is we do a little rebalancing so that we have that back into the proportion and make those responses more representative of the community. Just again, Darren mentioned this too, but on that online open participation survey, that link was available from March 25th through April 7th, and we had actually 2,269 responses, just a slight difference from what she had showed. But we had a good number of responses. And then this Promotores survey was that special effort through El Centro Amistad's Promotores network. And we had 22 total surveys in that one, 15 in Spanish and 7 in English. And I think that's the end of the survey.
So any initial questions on methodology at this point? Otherwise, I'll move into the findings. Okay, terrific.
All right.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, so I also just wanted to give you a little bit of an introduction to the products that are going to be available. So by tomorrow morning on our website will be available these sets of information. So there will be a report on the entire engagement summary, engagement window 4. So that'll include summaries on the workshop, the micro engagements, as well as the surveys. And those will include the revised outcomes and strategies, as well as funding priorities that emerged as we interpreted and incorporated the input from this engagement window. And then an appendix to that report is the survey report itself, so that it's all in one place for those interested. We also know that the survey itself, both from the statistically valid survey and the online survey, are of particular interest. And so we also will have that posted and available separate on its own. That includes an executive summary where we look at the findings by focus areas so that we can start to think about how it affects the master plan, and gives us feedback and affirmation on the work that we've done so far. And we look at key comparisons with the other inputs from the online survey, for example, the Promotores survey. And the appendices include all of the responses, all of the open-ended comments, number of cross-tabulations. In fact, as a whole, that report is 600 pages. So it's really so much information, and we hope it's valuable even well beyond the master plan, because it really is really rich.
And for those who want to go and find it, the easiest way to get there is?
It will be on our master plan website, which is also linked to from the front of osmpmasterplan.org is the master plan direct URL. If you also go to osmp.org, there will be a link and information on that on our front page as well.
Thanks.
And then we've also made available all of the raw data, and we've done that for all of the data sets for the survey responses in unweighted form, as well as the definitions and instructions on how to use and interpret that information. And that's the city's online data portal. Okay, so why did we do this? Just to remind ourselves, and what is the value of this? I really want to emphasize this first point in particular. It's representative, clear community feedback for decision makers, for the board, for council, for planning board on really important topics. And we said from the beginning of scoping the master plan that we needed to address these hard issues, these challenging topics. And this was one of the ways we really took that head on. And so this is an opportunity within the master plan and beyond to use this as a resource as we tackle these, again, within and beyond the master plan. as it relates directly to the master plan, there's sort of three categories in terms of what it means for us as we see this now. And again, I want to stress that it's our first, when the draft plan comes out in a couple of weeks, that will be our first iteration of applying these survey results. But then there are particular questions that we'd like to explore further with board and council at the study session in June. And so there will be additional iterations about how we apply these survey findings into the master plan itself. But in particular, at this point, we see an opportunity to explore refinements to some of the draft strategies, and I'll give you an example of that tonight. A lot of the findings, to be honest, are affirmations of our draft strategies, and that's a really nice place to be, where we see, for example, strong perceptions about crowding and parking congestion, and we have strategies about those two things, and so, you know, that's a nice finding as well. The findings also inform the draft funding priorities that we've initially brought through with the community and refined with board input. And then the findings themselves, again, as I've alluded to, really will also support implementation projects. And so we really do just want to stress how valuable this effort has been and just reiterate, you know, we've all spent time on developing this, but it's in our minds been so worth it, and we really appreciate it. So by way of example, in terms of representative feedback from the community on important topics, one of those, as we know, is dogs. And in this case, what we found, this is a slide showing feedback from Area 1 residents only. So this is a crosstab of just city residents. And it is quite literally down the middle. And if you look at the percentage of folks who are interested in seeing more areas for dogs off leash compared to those who would like to see more areas where dogs are not allowed, it's very split. Now, to us, this means that that's reflective of the complexity that we manage, and that we don't see a particular mandate here to explore any major changes in one direction or another as it relates to the strategies that we currently have in the master plan. And rather, it's a reflection of a complexity that maybe we're doing okay on. An example, though, in our initial analysis of how we might use some of the survey findings to refine some of our strategies, this is an example of our second strategy under ecosystem health and resilience, where in current form, it talked about undesignated trails, extending on-trail use, and other human disturbances all together in one strategy. But what we found in the survey is really strong support for those first two concepts in particular. And we were struck by this. So for example, 89% either support or strongly support closing undesignated trails in sensitive habitat areas. That is, we know, a particular finding that might mean different things when you get onto the ground and people understand a particular trail may be undesignated and they thought it was designated. There are some nuances to how to understand and use this data, but we still felt like at this conceptual level, this was strong support. And it felt to us like it necessitated pulling out these three concepts into three separate strategies in order to give them equal weight and consideration and implementation. So similarly with the other concept around extending on-trail use, again, that same percentage either supports or strongly supports extending those on-trail requirements to protect sensitive habitat areas. In addition, we asked another question in another part of the survey where in high-use areas, to what extent would you support or oppose temporary trail closures to protect wildlife and habitat? And in this case, 86% either support or strongly support that particular measure. And so again, to us, that felt like strong enough support and response in the surveys to necessitate pulling that out and emphasizing that as an intention in the master plan.
So Darren, I'm trying to follow through the hard copy of the survey and having great difficulty doing that. Mm-hmm. Can you help us navigate that as you present?
Yeah, absolutely. So we made this copy, and there were copies available for members of the public as well. So what this is it's an annotated copy of the findings from the statistical survey only. And so it literally goes question by question and gives you the feedback as we got it. So in this particular case, if you flip to the second page, we're talking about questions 7 and 8 in particular. And then the last statistic that I quoted about the temporary trail closures comes from question 6. It's one of those management options that was included there for addressing high-use areas.
Thanks.
Yeah, you bet, absolutely. And this annotated version will also be in the appendix to the report and made available to the public online also, So these kinds of changes I just wanted to emphasize here that you're seeing that I talk about here on this slide are the kinds that will be reflected in the draft master plan, and we'll get additional public comment as that's out for public review, and board and council will also have an opportunity to discuss these changes at the study session in June also. So another example that we wanted to highlight and some key learnings that came from the survey is that when we asked questions around crowding and parking congestion, and so Dave, for orientation, this would be question 5 on the bottom of page 1. There were some findings that affirmed, what staff and members of the public may know. So for example, Chautauqua and Sanitas were the sort of winners in this particular category in terms of the biggest percentages of those respondents who saw crowding or parking congestion as a large problem. And if you look at Marshall Mesa, that's different. Only 9% of respondents thought that crowding was a large problem, and 13 thought parking congestion was a problem. Now in both of these, you might notice that parking congestion, those percentages are typically stronger or higher than crowding. And so to us, that indicates an opportunity and a need to talk about potential transportation solutions with visitor use management so that those are coordinated conversations. The other interesting thing here too to keep in mind, though, if you look at the number for Marshall Mesa, so we asked in this context, do you think crowding is a large problem, a small problem, or not at all a problem? So if you look at those who think to some extent it's a problem, it's either a small or a large problem, Marshall Mesa goes to a total of 59%. And so to us, that means that there are places where we're seeing emerging congestion. While it might not have risen to that level of a large problem, those are places that we need to keep our eyes on as we think about assembling a suite of visitor use management and transportation tools. And so to us, these findings really, again, affirm the strategies that we currently have drafted in our master plan process. And in particular, we have one around managing increasing visitation and another around encouraging multimodal access. And these findings emphasize the need in implementation to pull these two conversations together, among others, to address that. And so in particular, the findings around multimodal access that we think are interesting is that if you pull responses to question 6, so again, we asked preferences for management tools in high-use areas, 63% oppose or strongly oppose charging for parking at more trailheads. Similarly, there was not strong support for any kind of reservation system. But conversely, there was very strong support for the low or no cost shuttle to trailheads. And so we know in the pilot example, for example, at Chautauqua, through the Chautauqua Access Management Program, those things were talked about together. And so it changed the nature of the conversation. And so again, to us, this means just an opportunity to talk about these two things together. So some more interesting findings as we look at sort of that third category of how the survey is informing the draft master plan is to help us develop our funding priorities. And so the story that really started to ring true to us is this message around taking care of what we have. And so in the trade-off questions, and so for orientation, Dave, this would be question 12 is the first one here that I'm referencing. When we asked preference for improving existing trails or building new ones, we see about a 3/4 to 1/4 split. And to us, this means, it doesn't mean that we won't build new trails. It gives us an indication of perhaps the percentage to which we might allocate funds and work effort. But it does indicate also a strong preference for taking care of what we have. And similarly, back to question 11, if you ask the question around acquisition of new lands to conserve as related to improving ecosystem health on existing lands.
Which number?
11.
Got it. Thanks.
There's a similar proportion here. So roughly about a 70-30 split. So again, preference for taking care of our existing lands, still with an appetite for acquisitions. And I'll talk about acquisitions here in a moment. So we also asked the $100 exercise, the $100 question. And I know we're going through a lot of information, but we wanted to give you a taste for what you're going to see in the report. But if you flip back to question 9, this was if you had $100 to spend across a set of management activities, how would you spend that? So if you look at all of the other ways we asked this question, which was through a series of micro-engagements and at the workshop, we saw an average of about $7.57 spent on acquisitions out of $100. But when you look at that same result for the statistically valid survey, it's about double at $15.01, and even more on the online survey of $17.33 out of $100. So to us, this means this is an opportunity to have a conversation, for example, with the board and council, perhaps at the study session in June. For the time being, this to us was an interesting enough finding that we are looking at revising the draft budget targets that we explored with the board at the last study session. So for example, when we start to apply the inputs across the survey from these various questions, because we asked information in a lot of different ways. In particular, as it relates to acquisitions, you might remember at the board study session, we talked about roughly a 10 to 15% budget target as we think about implementation over the next decade of master plan implementation.
I'm lost. What does FA mean?
Focus area.
Okay, and you're now talking about which part of this graph?
So the very last row under acquisitions.
Okay.
For now, just to finish the conversation about acquisitions, is that when we were looking at general budget targets last month with the board, we were looking at a roughly 10 to 15% of our budget for master plan implementation to support acquisitions. But these findings to us meant that, especially in the statistically valid situation where we know it's representative feedback, that there's still an appetite for us to be in the acquisitions business. And so perhaps that needs to be—
Wasn't it like 15% on the last slide?
It was $15 we should spend. And what that means is it ranks of the 10 or so projects that you could have spent money on, it's in the top 3.
Got it. Thank you.
It's a lot of information, so thank you. We're all, I know, we'll all get more familiar with it too, which is why we wanted to give you—
Some of us might get more sleep tonight.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so the other contribution is we think about draft funding priorities here too. So another question that we asked, and this was one of the first on the first page, is confirmation of our focus areas. We know that board and council approved those last summer, but we wanted to know again from that representative sample, how important are these to the future of OSMP? And so we saw strong support. In fact, if you look at the full findings for this, at least 91% for every single focus area felt like it was to some degree important for the future of open space. So to us, that feels like a really strong validation of the great work that the board and council have helped us develop with community input. We then asked the question, to what extent is it essential? So absolutely essential. So the percentage of respondents who feel that that focus area is absolutely essential is what's represented in the second column here. And so you can see sort of from the general proportion standpoint that ecosystem health and resilience is, it got the strongest support. Responsible recreation, stewardship, and enjoyment was the second. Agriculture and community connection and education and inclusion, roughly 15 to 20%. So those have also informed the confirmation of these draft budget priorities.
And financial sustainability really isn't important.
We didn't ask it in that same way, so we didn't want to tie that.
No, it's
but
number
yes,
on number
yes,
4.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. But in terms of budget targets,
don't need to worry about
give
money,
money
just
to
spend it.
finance. Yeah, yeah.
Got it.
So that was a quick whirlwind through, again, 600 pages of a report that will be available for the public and board members to digest. But again, we just wanted to introduce you to it because it is so much and give you the opportunity at this initial stage to ask any questions that you may have for us tonight, especially with Aaron in the room.
So which questions did you re-weight the data?
For the statistical survey, we weighted all of those.
Even 25 to 33?
The demographic questions?
I assume those are unweighted.
Those are unweighted.
Everything else is weighted except the demographics, which are raw.
Exactly.
Those
Yeah.
are also weighted.
Those are weighted too.
All weighted, everything.
Yes.
Okay.
And is this version that we have with the red data on it, is that just for within the city limits, or is
No, that's everybody. Area 1, 2, and 3.
Weighted.
Weighted, yes.
but all geographic areas?
Yes, correct. Yep, and in the report, both in the executive summary, we call out some of those key interesting findings or cross-tabulations, as well as in the appendix. We have all of those available.
And as you two have looked at this data far more than we have so far, are there any surprises about results from within the city limits as opposed to the larger sample? Anything that has jumped out at you?
You know, I'll try, and then Brian, I would invite any reflections yourself on that. I think in large part, they're actually very similar. There's just varying degrees of strength in one direction or the other. So for example, while I showed you the results on dogs for city residents only, that was literally 50-50. I believe when you look at the whole population, I think it's 52-48. So it's a similar kind of response.
So, Aaron, some of us wrestled early on in the master planning process with the timing of the survey, thinking that perhaps it would, if it were done early in the process, it would inform, subsequent, activities related to the master plan. And so my question is, what's your impression, and I know this is a speculative one, but do you think the timing of this later in the process was more effective or more instructive than it would have been earlier in the process? Or different?
I will try and answer that, and then actually Tom and Kurt, I might actually turn that to you, because we actually got guidance from the process committee to do it this way, because we had the recent visitor survey and the resident survey done very close to the start of the master plan process, that while the suggestion came up from council to do another survey specific to the master plan at the beginning, the committee guided us to lean on those, and then to come back at this stage to help develop priorities. But Tom and Kurt,
I think that's right. If we hadn't had those surveys, the visitor surveys so close, we probably would have wanted something to sort of kick off the master plan as a data set. But the thinking was, well, with this, we'll have had a lot of the consultation process to tee up issues, to define focus areas. For example, we couldn't have asked in the first month, what's the importance of each focus area, because we hadn't picked them. So that's the advantage of doing this, is that you've teed up things, you've categorized some things, and then you can say, okay, give us a statistically supportable data point on each of those.
And just add to that, Kurt, you could have done it earlier and it might have proven, there's pros and cons to doing both. But I do think the way the strategies emerged, using the process committee and then all the consultation, we could really sharpen the questions to reflect back on the strategies.
Yeah.
If we had done it earlier, we wouldn't be able to do that.
I think that's right, Mark. I think we wouldn't have known as much what to ask or how to ask it in terms of our best effort here?
We do recognize, though, as Darren pointed out, for the 20th of May, we'll get as much of the findings from the statistical survey into the draft plan, but we know then there's time after that, heading towards the final version of the draft plan, working with yourselves, working with council, working with the public, to incorporate the findings as we go forward into August, September.
And you said these are unweighted results, right? No,
No,
these
they're
are
all-
weighted,
every-
are weighted results.
Everything is
All geographic areas weighted results.
Correct. From just the statistically valid survey.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep. Well, if there aren't, did you have more questions? Because we welcome them, certainly.
Oh, we have a lot more.
Okay.
But it's 9:16.
I just asked quick, so when you say
My
it,
pillow.
Understand that these guys are equally sleep deprived. They've been working on
do you
this
mean?
straight through, yeah.
Make for a great conversation. Tom, you
no, I'm good.
Okay.
Go ahead, let you ask another one.
No, I'm fine.
And we have individual appointments, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we do, Dave.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks to our
Thanks,
consultants.
Darren. Thanks,
Could I just, and Kurt, to get back to your point, Brian, our consultants, Erin and Amanda, along with Darren, and a few others in the team have kind of worked all hours to pull this together, and
Yeah.
I think it really is, working with council and the board, a really good body evidence for the master plan, and just appreciate the effort from everybody.
Yeah, and just looking at it, it does not appear, I mean, sometimes you worry it's just going to be a lot of noise, numbers that don't seem to form any discernible pattern. This doesn't look like that. It just looks like it's not very noisy, and there's some themes that clearly emerge.
Yep, agreed. It's going to be, and as we mine it more, there's nuances in the cross tabulation that are very helpful as we start to support decision making.
Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right, we're going to turn ourselves to a first peek at the staff-recommended capital improvement program, and Lauren Kilcoyne and Cole Moffett are going to be joining us. Cole is our budget analyst, for those of you who may not have met Cole, and of course, Lauren is our central services manager.
Okay, here we are to talk about the budget. Lauren Kilcoyne, Central Services Manager, as Dan said.
And Cole Moffett, Budget Analyst.
And this is our second touch on the 2020 CIP. We were here last month for a very high-level overview, more about work plan process and budget development process. So tonight and in the memo, we have a proposed CIP for you that's around $3.6 million. Our goal for tonight is really to understand whatever questions you have and answer as best we can to prepare you for next month, which is our public hearing, discussion, and recommendation of the CIP. Then we shift gears for July and August into operating budget. And after we're done, then it goes to planning board and council in August and September. So quick overview, citywide budget process update.
Oh,
sure.
Before you start, I just have a quick question. The first paragraph in the executive summary of our packet says that this is the 2022-25 CIP, no, including lottery fund funding. So is what you're going to talk tonight about, do all the numbers include the lottery fund funding?
We are still waiting on our target for lottery funding, but we've identified the projects. So the projects that are getting lottery funding are also getting open space funding. I can mention those specifically.
Thank you.
Sure. So overview, update on what's been going on citywide since the April meeting, reiterate goal of May business meeting. Cole will discuss the citywide economic forecast and OSMP specific forecast and trends. I'll pull out a couple of the projects that you see in your memo for highlights and then give time for any questions. So this is behind the scenes. This is what we're working on right now. We did receive our initial revenue targets from the finance department, and those are subject to change as we go through the year. So every month as they're closing out current month, they're saying, do we have the right target? Is this the right number? Should we revise? So we'll get a few more iterations of this, but pretty good news on the revenue target side that Cole will get into a little bit more later. We've also received our budget guidelines, so our first modeling of what salaries, benefits, debt, cost allocation, et cetera, will be costing us in 2020. Again, we do that 4 or 5 times over the next month, but it's always great to get some final numbers, some early numbers on the ground and be able to work with those. And cost allocation, just to put a plug in for some good news, originally it was going to be growing at 3% for 2020. That's been revised down to 1.5% based on what those departments actually needed last year. So as a reminder, they're not going to update the whole plan. That'll be next year. But they did say we don't need quite so much as we thought we did for 2020. So that will be budget savings for us. So all of that again based on 2018 actuals. So the actual budget that those cost allocating departments needed to accomplish their work last year. So all of those 3 things that I just mentioned are part of our operating budget. So even though we're talking about CIP tonight, we're working behind the scenes on operating. Debt will also be talked about in July and August with the operating budget. And again, for tonight, we really just want to focus in on the draft CIP and any refinements that will be needed before the June recommendation. So overall, as we go through the next portion of our presentation, just be thinking about what questions you have or information you need to set us up as best we can for next month.
And just to give a little refresher on some of the citywide economic things that are happening. So in initial 2020 projections, or in 2019, they revised us to do no growth for sales tax, but upon seeing 2018 actuals in a report that we received in February, we actually came in about $500,000 above what the Open Space Fund had projected. And because of this, the city has revised it to a slow growth format. And so because of that, of a slow growth format over the 6-year horizon, we're expecting to bring in about $6 million more in sales tax revenue, which is great because of this department is so heavily sales tax dependent. But just to reiterate, the 500 that we brought in extra in 2018, we're not treating it as if we have that money to play with, but more as to kind of soften the burden of things that we need to cut from this process. And yeah, so moving forward, just as a refresher as well, we have citywide economic slow growth happening, but also the addition of 2 sunset tax increments decreasing, which we've said before is a 30% decrease to the budget overall, which accounts to about $9 million. And just given that financial climate, you know, we've been really reflecting conservative approaches to the 2019 budget, what you'll see tonight in the 2020 CIP, and what you'll see in the next few months for the operating side on the 2020 budgets and beyond. And so this is kind of represents that visually. You can see from 19 to 20, that little dip, that is the last tax increment sunset that we lose from the Open Space Fund. And then from 2020 through 2024, you can see the slow growth scenario play out. And in 2020, the first few years were revised no growth, and then you can see that gap get wider and wider through 2024 with the revised numbers. And then also, so we began doing balance reductions in our 2019 budgets, and that kind of happened through a few different methods. We had 2007 acquisition bonds that we had roll off in 2018, so we no longer needed to make a debt payment in 2019. And we also asked each service area to reduce $150,000 in operating for a total of $600,000, and that was $600,000 per year. So if you extrapolate that out for the 6 years, it's an ongoing reduction. And then also a $4 million CIP reduction from 18 to 19. So a lot of different areas make up that 5.8 million reduction, and we're taking a similar approach for 2020. So in 2020, we have a 2006 bond that rolls off, and we no longer have to make $2 million in debt service payments. And we're also reducing 1.4 million from our 2019 CIP levels to 2020, and 19 had already been reduced by 4. So we're continuing that stair step of planning for the tax increments while also reducing our expenditures. And, you know, staff feels at this point that we get the capital budget down to a level, as you'll see tonight, it's about 3.6. With acquisition, it's about 4. And that's kind of the level at which we feel that we can get down to without having to make significant cuts to our service. So moving forward, staff kind of recommends that the capital budget is kind of at a level where it needs to be, and then further reductions would be on the operating side, in which you'll see in the coming few months. But another visual here is kind of this total CIP funding by year. And you can see in 2012 and 2013, we're kind of right in that sweet spot of 4 to 6 million, which is honestly right about staff capacity as well. When we get over the $6 million mark per year, we start to not have the staff to adequately spend that money. But you can also see in 14 through 18, that was the bulk of a lot of our FEMA projects as we started to wrap up. And then you can see 19 and 20 stair-stepping it down with the tax sunsets and kind of getting right back in to that 4 to 6 million range, and it gets below 4 this year, just again for the conservative approach. And then this shows CIP funding by category without acquisition in there. And you can kind of see a similar story. So in like 16, 17, and 18, the bulk of what we were spending capital money was enhancement. And this is due to a lot of FEMA. And there were a lot of FEMA ineligible projects that drove this category. So, for example, like in Eggleston 4 ditch, FEMA declared that ineligible because they wanted us to replace it as it was pre-flood, but that's not sustainable, and we wanted to repair it in a way that would make sense for when these types of events happen again. So that was why those events were capitalized or categorized as capital enhancement. And then you can see in the out years, 19 and 20, getting out of post-FEMA work, we're able to flip that script and really start to invest more into the maintenance piece of everything.
So the word enhancement, I don't understand what that means. Can you explain a little more detail what enhancement kind of constitutes?
Yeah, let me start and chime in. So enhancement flood and enhancement general, I would probably describe as two different things. So really what FEMA wanted to pay for was repair in place. And in every place that made sense, that's what we did, and those are the projects that we're submitting for reimbursement. Things like stream restoration, bridges, ditches, those aren't, that's not the world that FEMA is used to living in, and didn't often, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what would be FEMA eligible and not on those types of projects. So in the end, FEMA considered those not repair in place and to be enhancements to the infrastructure that existed pre-flood. So those were removed from FEMA eligibility, and we paid for those out of pocket. So that's the Confluence Area Restoration, Eggleston 4, as Cole was mentioning, a number of projects. That's where you see that spike in that blue column of enhancement. In general, we would think about capital maintenance and capital enhancement. Is this part of the way we manage our system in an ongoing way, or are we making some kind of improvement that might result in additional operations and maintenance?
So all of the blue capital enhancement was not FEMA eligible?
I would say,
or is it a combination? I thought
3 million of, yeah. Well, we did other non-flood recovery work in those years, so there were some not flood related enhancements.
But none of that blue money was reimbursed by FEMA.
I don't want to say none because we're still going through some processes. Largely, right? Okay. Yeah.
So ecological restoration projects are considered under the rubric of enhancement?
Correct. Mitigation, enhancement, not categorized under that repair in place.
And FEMA reimbursed was then the orange?
FEMA, so yes.
I'm just trying to get a handle where the bars are for the FEMA reimbursement.
Yeah, no, I think that's largely accurate. So of the 200 sites, I would say over 100 of them were very small repair in place, fix where it got damaged, fix the pothole kind of thing. Not expensive, but a larger number of our projects. And then the more expensive projects were largely the enhancement side.
But this is a mix of non-FEMA projects and FEMA projects.
Yeah, right.
It's not, okay, yeah.
Right.
So you're saying blue and orange are both included FEMA
And non-FEMA.
and non-FEMA? So it's a mix for the two?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So, in point being, right, like post-flood, we wanted to get back to taking care of what we have, prioritizing capital maintenance. We went quite extreme on that in the 2019 budget. 2020 budget, that was certainly a focus, and prairie dogs happened, and agroecology happened. And so there are some things where you see enhancements because they are additions to what we have generally funded in our CIP. We may at some time consider those part of our capital maintenance program, but because they're new and we're exploring them, we've categorized them as enhancements in 2020. Okay, so shifting into work planning, I talked about this in April as well. This is how we were able to get to a $3.6 million CIP. It was building a robust process starting many, many months ago, looking at what our department priorities are, plan commitment, scaling, phasing, staff capacity, to Cole's point, and aligning the work plan with the budget. So we're providing more detail in this memo than probably ever because we didn't have that detail before this year. We didn't always know which projects were going to get off the ground before we were asking for funding for them. So huge improvement. Kudos to so many staff that worked on that. I'm quite proud of our ability to pull that off this year. And really it was about consensus building through that team. So all 4 service area managers were represented, as well as staff from each service area, make sure we had the right balance across functions and services. You'll notice a number of the projects in the packet are interdependent, interrelated, and so changes to one impacted many, and we spent many hours as a staff team trying to figure out what those dependencies were and how to phase and time out our projects. So we started out.
I'm sorry. The second bullet is really pretty remarkable.
I think so too. I like to brag on it a little bit.
Well, do you want to say just a little bit more about what was the capacity that allowed you to do that?
Yeah, this has been 4 or 5 years in the making. So actually it goes way back to when Tracy came over from transportation with Stephanie West Houston and Abby Poniatowski, in working with our RIS team to, at first it was an access database. Can we just even put down everything we're working on to get an understanding of that? We knew that was a temporary solution, and we wanted to make some bigger investments in project management training for staff, in a software which we now have online. So we started out working with RIS on technical requirements. What would project management software look like? How do you manage a portfolio of projects? They worked with IT and did a lot of comparison shopping, and then spent a lot of time configuring our current system. So then we had trainings, lunch and learns, everything you can think of for staff to start to shift towards this methodology of, let's not make any assumptions anymore about what a core service is. Let's really look at everything that we're doing and talk about what our priorities are for 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. We're still working on that longer term horizon. We'd like to eventually get to a point where we can match the 6-year CIP and we kind of know which projects are in the queue. We're not there yet. And then the work plan steering team probably spent 400 hours over the last couple of months sifting through projects, asking for justifications, like really pushing back and asking hard questions, all in the interest of being better stewards and supporting each other and acting as one group, regardless of what our particular work group was. So huge lift, department-wide sponsorship. If you recall, Steve, before he took on our deputy role, was our project coordinator and really drove a lot of this work and built a team around him that could pull it off. So we're kind of getting to a place of it being operationalized, and it was a huge effort, and I see it paying off. I hope others do too.
Yeah, and we're using the context of the work planning database or software system in the budget context, but its other robust application is just in project management.
Yeah.
So what we're able to do is when people log in, so this is my top priority project I want to do next year, they would also log in the other staff throughout the other work groups that they're going to need and request their help on, and how much time and when in the year do they need their help. What we were running into 2 or 3 years ago is somebody would be over allocated by like 1,000 hours during the same month. And so now we're able to also select projects saying, it's a good project, we may even have funding, but we don't have the staff capacity. Can we phase it in over a few years, or can we defer it next year when some of this capacity will open up? So we're able to not only look at it from a budget standpoint, but from a individual work team member standpoint.
Yeah, and that's the value that I see most, is the intergroup collaboration that's needed to make wise decisions about the open space program.
And then the real true benefit is that there's so many people now that understand all the projects, that it's not the director sitting behind a cloth saying, no, yes.
Thank goodness.
It's this, totally. I was going to mention this later, but so the Work Plan Steering Committee, their last step is if we can't resolve something to a consensus, we'll bring it to the director. Of all the dozens and dozens of projects, hundreds of projects, they ended up bringing me 2.
Just to make you feel good.
Just to probably make me feel good. Important.
Included.
And needed.
No, I really can't emphasize, this is a huge change to the way we do our work, and a really remarkable staff effort. So as we come out of the CIP process, we'll take a minute and then get into the operating process. What other projects are we going to be doing? And then during the budget off season, we'll focus on, okay, now how do we get to 2 to 3 years down the road? So that's what's coming next for us with master plan implementation, et cetera. So we started out with 12 million in requests and we're down to 3.6. And the first step in doing that was we have 4 service areas plus director's team. We paired 2 of them and then you'd rotate. And it was really just an honest conversation about, is this a priority right now or is this a nice to have? And just out of that half day, we reduced 4 million. And we said, these projects aren't ready to go yet. Great ideas, not right now. Go back and do some more scoping, et cetera. So the next iteration was much harder, getting from 8 to 3.6. Every project manager who entered a project scored it on a number of criteria. Work Plan Steering then ranked and normed and re-ranked and rescaled. It was very iterative, and we spent a lot of time together in a room trying to figure this out. So what you're seeing in front of you is the result of that process and a lot of consensus building. Is it perfect? No, nothing's ever perfect, but it's better than anything that our budget team has put forward before in the time that we've been here. So very exciting. So again, last year without master plan guidance, we talked about this last month, but we are recasting some project titles so that when that plan's approved, we're ready to hit the ground running on tracking and reporting. We're starting to align projects with focus areas, as you saw in the memo. Learned real quick that most of those projects hit more than one focus area, and we're starting to, again, see how we have shared objectives. We might be coming from different functions and services, but we're dependent on each other and need to work together to move all of this forward. We have other projects that we consider department-wide investments, things that make us more efficient as an organization and aren't particularly tied to a focus area. And we also had to make some one-time decisions that aren't necessarily indicative of what we'll do when we have a master plan approved. So acquisition is a great example of that. Where, since 2014, when we issued the $10 million bond, we continued to fund the CIP at between $4 and $6 million a year. And we knew that would build up carryover and we would have that money available to kind of get us through the changing climate. Between current year carryover and what we're proposing, that would still leave us about $10 million, so about a medium-sized and a small-sized acquisition, should those things become available. $700,000 is not a lot in the world of acquisition, and so we just want to be clear that this is our first look at the survey results. We've got a lot more work to do in understanding long-term what acquisition should look like, but for 2020, $700,000 felt appropriate. We wanted to maximize the dollars on the ground for projects and programs, and because of carryover, felt like we could make a more drastic cut to acquisition than we had originally planned in earlier budget cycles.
Yeah, when people see that, I think they're going to misinterpret it. They're going to think that means we're only spending $700K, but there's the carryover money. I realize the carryover money for budgetary purposes is treated as if it were already spent. Right. But in terms of reality, it's sitting in a bank somewhere.
So rethinking how we tell the story of...
Well, I just want to, at the very least, be careful, because it is really easy, the way you just described it, for someone to think, we're only making $700K in acquisitions. That's like, 30 acres. But you know, with, you
Or
know,
one
whatever.
small apartment.
Right. What was- With all the carryover money, which, you know, you haven't attempted to allocate that in any future year, it's actually a much bigger pot of money available for acquisitions.
Right. No, it's a great.
And that's a subtle
Maybe
point
in
that
two
people.
different colors bars.
Yeah, sure. Oh, there's definitely a way we can recast and tell
Total
the story
expenditure.
differently. Yeah, point taken. Thank you.
Good point.
Okay, so 2 more projects to highlight quickly. The first one is that we have decided, for the same reason of wanting to maximize dollars to projects and programs on the ground, to defer our feasibility study for the future campus for at least 2 years, which means we were able to repurpose appropriated dollars for the feasibility study to other CIP projects. And then over the next 2 years, we would have a very small staff team just doing some internal work, like what would it cost to stay in the hub for the additional couple of years? What's the cost benefit? Start to talk about a business case. But we were planning in the current year on a feasibility analysis of the Cherryvale location and really recognize that this is not the time. We're settling into the hub and we're in a space that addresses the health and safety concerns that we've had and can defer that project for a couple of years.
And the money that's in the reserve is just staying there. You're not adding, are we changing the amount that's in the reserve for the campus?
It's a great question. Will we fully eliminate that reserve? Probably not, but depending on how some other conversations go around operating expenditures, staffing levels, at what level are we supporting Prairie Dog Working, et cetera, we may have to program some of those dollars for other department needs. I don't think we would eliminate that entire reserve.
I
So
would,
at some
I would
point-
like to just probably say a stronger word. I think the staff would be recommending that we wouldn't just may, that we will be reallocating some of that.
Yes.
So at some point, can we hear more in depth, not necessarily tonight, but at some point, the pros and cons of renting space versus building?
Yeah, and that would be the work of that internal team. We did an analysis with the consultant a couple of years ago to talk about an organization our size, what square footage, et cetera, would be appropriate, but it was less about that cost by discussion. So it would be Cole and myself and Bethany, our interim real estate supervisor and our facility supervisor, starting to pull that together. So that we would be picking up that work probably Q3 of this year. So it might even be like next year, frankly, where we would have a business case that we would feel confident talking about. But yes, we can come back at that time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. And then finally, the topic of the hour, and we haven't had time after last night to digest and
What'd you do last night?
Right. So, but we do want to signal
Or this
that
morning.
we know this investment is coming. We have $300,000 in the current year that we repurposed from projects to support initial efforts. What those are, after last night and other conversations, our staff need to go back and understand fully what that means. You do in the 2020 CIP have about $200K to support relocations and another $182K to support agroecology, which is all of the stuff you just heard about: barrier fencing, restoration, soil health, carbon farming, soil monitoring. So in a fiscally constrained time where we're cutting $1.4 million, we tried really hard to make sure we had dollars allocated to this, and we've come up with about $400K in 2020 plus current year. Given existing staff capacity, that's about what we could spend. So our strategy is sort of, we think this is what we can afford right now. As we further understand our operating budget and revenue situation, should we be able to add, we would look at our reach list and this project and where we could add back. But right now, this feels like what staff could support for 2020.
So the 200K in proposed relocations, in your table, is that the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation
Yes,
implementation?
Yep. And the titling was unclear because much of the barrier fencing around agroecology is also in Prairie Dog implementation. But that's kind of how staff are looking at the difference, would be the relocations as compared with the barrier fencing, et cetera.
The line 3 rows above.
Yes.
And this is the first year in which we're creating a CIP bucket for soil health and Prairie Dog management. So just from the optics standpoint, we're sort of raising it up.
So is that ballpark 600 prairie dogs?
No. The 2 and 18 are.
300 for 2019 and close to 400 for 2020.
So the 300K up there is not, no, that's 400.
Yeah, so you've got about 400 in 2020, 300 in the current year.
So it's an increase of 100,000.
So yes, and
Ballpark.
the 300 in the current year was actually not appropriated through the 2019 budget. That was based on this project getting traction, us repurposing other capital carryover to have dollars available for the second half of this year. So 2 months ago, that 300 did not exist, and we've made some decisions to make it available.
So
Saw the writing on the wall, actually, fourth quarter of last year.
Yeah.
I just meant, and maybe I misunderstood, that the proposal is to spend $200,000 in 2020 on relocations, and I was asking.
How many prairie dogs?
That's 600 prairie dogs.
I have no idea, but I will
Okay.
get back to you.
That was what I was.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a lot
okay.
to digest from the last.
That's a lot of prairie dogs.
It's not just relocations, it's also includes some other things like barrier fencing and some revegetation and that sort
So
of
it may be less at 3-something.
Yeah.
300, okay.
Yeah, but this was one of the recommendations of the Prairie Dog Working Group is to start to be able to show what we're spending in
Right.
prairie dogs in the capital budget. So.
No, I think that's good. Yeah, it's good to
So
break it up.
Dan, we're coming back to council vis-à-vis the direction last night on additional funding and staffing needs for additional relocations. So that number is going to be different.
Include last night's conversation.
This is, this was even pre-last night. This
Right.
is what, and so.
So we're coming back to council.
So if they want to further support our efforts beyond this, and they ask the question, what would you spend it on?
Right.
That's what we need to derive the answers for.
Right. So that would inform the adjustment to base conversation.
Right.
Correct.
Most likely, yeah. So that is what I have for you all tonight. What questions do you have for us or information do you need in advance of next month?
I just have a couple of questions. The forest thinning and prescribed burn things are not in CIP?
They're not. Those are operating costs.
Okay. And the same with rangers?
Correct.
Okay. I want to thank you for Appendix A. That's really helpful.
Good, I'm glad.
And I had a couple of specific questions about that. Is there an Appendix B? I just found an Appendix A.
Yeah, between when the packet went out to you and when it got posted, it was a list of carryover dollars that we decided to remove. We felt like it kind of muddied the conversation, so we removed it. And it's updated on the posted online packet. That reference is removed.
All right, so it's not another list like
No.
it's a different list.
No. It was Dan's call. He goes, "This is too many lists."
I got confused.
Thank you. And you knew you needed to keep it simple for tonight, right? So on Attachment A, a couple of quick questions. The item that's called Community Engagement Program Evaluation Plan, that sounds really important to me. Tell me about rescaling. What does rescaling mean?
So rescaling, so what you see there, a number of our projects as they went through the work plan effort originally requested a higher dollar amount than what they were funded at. So when we were talking about high priority, we said, what is it that actually has to happen next year and what part of that could be scaled or phased if we had additional funding? So
it's using the stretch out philosophy?
Right. Yeah, more or less. In that project in particular, what we'd be funding in what's in the CIP is $10,000 to support a consultant to look at, now that we have our engagement strategic plan, youth and family inclusion, et cetera, how well are our programs meeting those objectives? And so beyond that, we would have additional requests moving forward.
Thanks, Lauren. Great job,
There you go.
of course. That's why we collaborate. But I think part of it as well, Karen is saying, yep, we'll get the 10,000 then. Ultimately, we're looking at 20,000. So can we phase it over 2 years? Yep, we can do that over 2 years. And that then will tie in with a community engagement framework effort.
And are we going to hear a little bit about that plan?
Yes.
Before it gets contracted?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Great.
The goal is to bring that to the board towards the end of the year.
Wonderful.
Great.
And the other one,
Karen, can I just
go
follow
ahead.
up on that?
On that one.
Right. So in your table, is that the Equity and Access Workshop?
That's actually separate. The Equity and Access Workshop is building off the success of the master plan and the way that we've engaged with Promotoris, Centro Amistad, et cetera. How do we build more equitable and accessible processes? It's related, but kind of separate. There's a city council sponsored and staff engaged racial equity core team that both Mark and I serve on, looking at implicit bias in the way that we run our processes. So that $10,000 request would be to run a forum workshop style effort to ask the question of how we could better engage different communities.
So is
For
the
staff.
Sure.
So is the 10,000 that Mark just referenced, is that somewhere in the table?
We have funded it outside of this CIP.
Oh, okay.
Right?
No, we have 10,000 in the CIP.
Correct.
Oh,
And we
I
initially were hoping for, we thought about 20,000, but we know we can do it for 10,000 initial.
Yeah, but where does it show up is the question.
It's called the Community Engagement.
You know, I did notice, I think we didn't include it in the CIP list, it was just an oversight, but it is in the REACH
I have
list.
it as Community Engagement Program Evaluation Plan.
No,
Do you not see it?
yeah, I
right
think,
here.
I did notice that might have
Oh,
just
okay.
slipped.
We'll go back
It's
on
like
the
a typo.
dollar amount. Oh, you know why? Because that's lottery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. It's that Community Engagement Program Evaluation Plan, 10K is coming from Open Space Fund, and the difference is
Got it.
from lottery. And I'll
Okay.
denote that better in the June materials, the lottery, the specific lottery.
So it's on the
funding.
first page?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, and then down, 2/3 of the way down, implement Oakgrass Annual Operating Plan.
Yep.
That's another one that I think is really important, that I'd like to know what the scaling did or didn't do.
Yeah, so most of the, and John, I can start and then chime in.
Yep.
So this project would support planning and mapping efforts as well as grazing and then research on the efficacy of treatments. So it's really about looking at what we've done over the last couple of years, how effective was it, how scalable is it, and then you actually see dollars in the Grassland implementation project. That's more the on-the-ground piece of putting in the fence to allow the cattle to graze, like that more on-the-ground work. So this project in particular is about planning and mapping and research.
And some is or is not being done, or?
Yeah, I think we reduced this 25,000. The original ask from the project manager was $75,000 in 2020. We reduced it 25,000. That was acceptable to the project manager. Felt like it could be scaled back and do slightly less fencing and still have a robust project moving forward in 2020.
So we're still going to learn something about the efficacy of what's going on.
Oh, yes, that is, the efficacy studies are underway right now this
Yeah.
year, and this is more about kind of scaling that up and increasing the amount of cattle grazing that we have through a lot of the
Through the
tall
oakgrass areas.
yeah. So-
Not that the areas of oakgrass are becoming smaller.
No.
Okay, and then the other one that I was curious about is redesigning Red Rocks Trails Complex. Does that mean the timeline is extended, or there are going to be less trails in the Red Rocks area, or what?
Yeah.
What is scaled?
Scale, so that's again, that stretching it out over a couple of years, which felt really doable for staff. So what we'd be focusing on in 2020 is the construction plans for the trails, and then designating the ones that are called for in the West TSA, and then closing and restoring the social trails. So that would be.
So it's just going to take longer.
Exactly, yep. But we'll start with construction plans, which we would need first anyway, and then look at social trails, and then in the following year, look at whatever construction or repair needed to happen.
So Lauren, before we leave attachment A,
Yes.
I have a question. The composite mapping data collection, is that the veg mapping?
It's a different effort. Go for it.
Yeah, it's related to future planning efforts, and if we were looking at like an East Area plan or a South Area plan or improving the Grassland plan, the planning team were like, let's put some money. Hopefully we can do most of the work in-house, but there's often times we need consultants for various aspects of natural, cultural, recreation, whatever the need is in the inventory.
So this isn't actual on-the-ground mapping of vegetation, or?
It could be.
Because what we heard last night is that the
Is to
priority for
expedite
the
it, yeah.
grassland ecosystem management plan is very high, and that the one factor that was controlling the timing was the veg mapping. And so I think that if there's any reduction in effort for veg mapping, that would probably not be a good thing.
So Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. This project, and then John can address the grassland component. This is really about understanding gaps in our current data collection, and part of why we decided it was more reach than urgent was our Beehive effort and trying to move all of our disparate data sets together to understand what those gaps really are. So we kind of felt like until that effort got underway, composite mapping might be like a little premature. But if you want to address the grassland piece.
The vegetation mapping, we generally pay out of operating, and we expect to have that, or a timeline before we now maybe want to go look at that again, was through 2021 to have that completed, the last round, which would serve as the basis for further grassland planning. But now that's one of the things that we could look at. If there was additional funding, we could consider whether that could be accelerated somehow. So
great, thanks.
It's important. And then the one that's related, of course, to Red Rocks is Anemone. That's being stretched out.
So that's actually
more time as well.
So that's a very interesting project. That project first appeared in the CIP in 2012. Flood happened, it got deferred. Right. So much of that funding we've been carrying for many years, and now this is the dollar amount that would actually allow us to finish out that project. So bid documents are ready to go. We've done 15 plus different models with ecological staff and trail staff working together on alignments. Really, the goals are ecological benefit, closure of social trails, et cetera. So this would allow us, that would be the final funding needed to complete the project, which
but it says
started funding.
Rescaled.
Yes, that is true. They initially asked for 400K, which was a lot of contingency reserves and the what ifs. And we said, can we focus on cutting some scope if it comes down to it to get within this number that you see reflected.
Remember, we decided to agree with the suggestion that it not be an equestrian accessible trail, and that significantly reduced the price tag.
Yeah.
That's your rescale.
So that's the scaling drop.
The trail stand.
And then we're going to provide you with a written update. Jim Reeder and Greg Seaboom are going to be providing you with last year we gave you a written update about redesigning it for not for equestrian, and we have now have further alignments that we think we're set on working with our ecological staff, and we want to just provide you with what we're thinking is going to be on the ground. I know there is a request when we are working in an area like that. You guys might want to kind of see what were our latest thoughts, and we're going to provide you with a written update in the next memo about where we think we are now. And I think you'll like what you see.
Great, but by reducing the specifications for the trail, we're cutting out that much in construction?
And some of the cost savings you'll see this year is based on where we ended up doing the redesign. We're able to actually cut the actual trail construction costs because we're, for instance, not going through as much rocky area and things like that. So some of the savings we're finding this year are really looking at a finer scale of exactly where the trail is going to be going.
Great.
And we're able to save some money.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for Appendix A.
Great.
All right. We're good?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
We created the
I noticed. Yeah.
agenda number F as, so I used to just sort of give some informal updates about what council was doing, and we thought that every month maybe we should just have this item on there for transparency's sake. So not much happened last night. Really, this is now, I guess, the placeholder to have any further discussion of council's actions that they took last night regarding the recommendations that were put forward by 3 different boards, including yourselves. And I think all 4 of you were in attendance. Yes. So I think I could save my voice and not go over what was said, but perhaps use any time for any thoughts, reflections that staff ought to hear as we start to have a lot of internal discussions in the office about what's next, and to come back to you with further thoughts about what's next. And so I guess this would just sort of be a little bit of an open format for you all to provide some thoughts and feedback.
I did have an initial thought that I'll share, because it seems to me one of the challenges of this process is it's pretty ill-defined right now, and trying to anchor it and get some focus to it so that it's expedited. And this isn't the expedited process, right? This is the expedited process. But
Short term.
well, or the middle term, the mesoterm. The question that occurred to me, and it occurred to me during this discussion last night, is if we're going to start a process that, as Tom's motion says, and now I can't find Tom's motion.
Didn't bring any of that with me.
I had it a minute ago.
Yeah. Well, it got revised by council, but.
It did, but I think the key words were.
Whether, where, and how?
Yeah, whether, where, and how. And I'm sorry, it's right in front of me here. Yeah, whether, where, and how. I think the question occurred to me is a starting point. I think we should ask ourselves, how will or should this new process differ from the existing city urban wildlife policy, which provides a process for permitting lethal control under certain conditions and with certain factors to be evaluated. And so, to me, it seems unavoidable to start at that point and say, well, here's what we have now. Council asked that question, would we have to change our policy in order to do lethal control? And the answer was no. So I would suggest that as a starting point of our thinking about, well, what is insufficient about this policy that we need to augment some or revisit or assess as we're going through this process?
Yes, Kurt, I captured that same thing in scribbling last night, as things to consider in our process. Are we going to be developing strategies that are fully contained within our current city policies? Do we want to look at strategies and get public and board reaction on strategies that are perhaps outside of city policy, and what changes would be need to carry those out?
Yeah.
So one is a very streamlined sort of thing to take on. The other is a little bit more enhanced. But
yeah, I like
And
these.
you're talking about the 10-month process.
Right,
You're
not the
talking about the
expedited, no.
base add to base.
not what, I think the other, so the public process to look at adding more things. They added more things to it. But as one thing, adding lethal control into the toolbox.
Right.
Come back, what's the process? Plus, is there anything we can do right now on those couple of ranches that are experiencing problems right now this year?
Yeah, and
Is
I'd
there
like
anything
to
we could do
separate
that?
those two
No, that's, and right. And I think that's what we're doing, and I think we're talking about
the 10 months.
the tool, what's in our toolbox.
Although, I would say that question it begged the question of, well, if we wanted to do something on an emergency basis at Boulder Valley Ranch, we have a process and a policy that allows us to do more than what we're doing right now or can do right now, because it says you can, under these circumstances, use lethal control. And so I just put that out there, that there is an option for us, for council, for the city, to say, if this is an emergency application, not a long-term policy decision, we have that option in our hands already. So.
Yes, and using the 6-step process, we would have to demonstrate that relocation is not possible there because insufficient receiving sites.
Right.
And that, are they just going to come back in, or are we going to be effectively going to be able to barrier them out?
Right.
And those are things that we would need to go on the ground and look at the feasibility and possibilities of that.
But there's a structure that exists, and so it certainly seems like a place to start our thinking, both for emergency action in the short term and in forming a longer term policy. That's the sum total of my thinking.
I definitely agree with that.
So my preference, I agree with that statement, but my preference is to really clearly distinguish whether we're talking about the 10 months or whether we're talking about the change to base suggestion or ask or proposal or whatever you want to call that thing.
The adjustment to base, right. And keep in mind
Adjustment.
that if we were to go out within the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks, and look at a ranch, or maybe 2 ranches, and look how current policy, those are the same people that would be involved in the, not the expedited, but the expedited process. So if we're going to put that staff time over on this one, then we're going to have maybe we're going to get out of the term expedited process and just have a process for the other one. It's the same people.
It is.
But aren't you talking about a staff-driven suggested list for this summer, for the adjustment to base list?
Yeah, John, you can come up and help. Yeah, as far as if they wanted to provide us more resources for the adjustment to base, how and where would we spend it?
That was this summer, for this summer, right?
I think they would like to see some more 2019 action.
Yeah.
Whether it's exclusively 2019, I don't know if I heard that, but definitely I think the expectation is that we would get started with stuff or scale things up immediately.
But the portion of the adjustment to base that is essentially for the process, that is, to the extent we want money to, whether it's to hire an outside facilitator or to provide additional resources to support the the process itself, that's not Heather and Andy's time. In other words, if you're trying to say, well, it would cost X $100,000 to additional funds to run the process.
Yeah.
That's someone else.
It's really a capacity issue. And, no matter which parts of these things that we try to take on, we just are trying to just do what we had in the work plan already. And to add this process, to add a smaller process or a larger process, that's all. We did not plan for that. We do not have the resources. We do not have the FTEs to do that right now. So that may be something that we want to try to get some help to do some of that stuff. That would be a potential ask that we might want to make. But
So the adjustment to base ask is not just for on-the-ground actions, preferably this summer. It's for that plus.
It could be a combination.
Yeah, okay.
it could be
I
both.
wasn't thinking of it that way.
Yep.
That's
And I would also say it could have things to do with scaling up our soil health program as well, because I think we heard that. So within soil health, within prairie dog management directly, I mean, they're linked, but would adjustment to base monies be able to scale up both those things, and how? And how could it support
And at what cost? Yeah.
the process?
Yep.
But we really need to think this all through and kind of digest it. It's all so suddenly.
Okay. So, and maybe, one of the questions you had asked was, do we want to appoint 2 board members, 2 trustees to serve as their process liaisons? Personally, I think that's a good idea. We're going to want to move pretty quickly on, at least in the early phases of just getting this thing rolling, in a way that we don't want to wait for a full board meeting. And a lot of the process stuff, frankly, you don't need a full board meeting on certain aspects of it. So, subject to what others think, I think that's probably a pretty good idea if we're going to expedite. That's one way of being more nimble, to use the word of earlier in the evening.
Yeah, we thought as a staff that as staff are developing ideas about the process, as well as some thoughts about expediting and scaling up, that occasionally, as a couple of weeks go on and we've collected some thoughts, that it would be good to have a touchstone with the board through a couple of representatives. Are we on the right track? What do you think? So we don't go a whole month and then you guys tell us, yeah, this doesn't look good, and then we lose a whole month. And so is there a way we can have touchstones at various times outside of the board? And then, but obviously to come back to board at very key times.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's good.
That's, okay, that's a nod.
we have
That's a
four
nod.
nods.
That's a nod. Okay, we have nod on concept.
We're all awake and we're nodding.
We're nodding off.
Okay. I'm happy to do this on a volunteer basis, just to see who wants to do this. I mean, obviously Kurt and I are doing the process subcommittee for the master plan. I don't think that excludes us, but I think it gives us at least a partial.
That leaves 2 others of us, or Andrea, who chose not to be here tonight.
Well, we're going to reappoint her to the Greenways.
Right.
Oh, good. Okay,
Yeah, so-
let's do
task.
that. We've got it all decided.
I think Kira and I would be fine.
Okay, you have your team.
We're there.
All right.
Thank you.
I've got lots of thoughts already.
Yeah, this is not going to be simple or easy.
No, but we're in the groove. We're ready.
Do we want to have the discussion now on whether to use some outside facilitator or?
Can we just have sort of a brainstorming of additional ideas?
I've got 16 ideas, I think, that are on my mind, including, do we need any external support? But not on a yes or no, but it's a question.
Read them off.
What will the staff capacities be needed in this process, and when are they available? Determine costs, and do an analysis on costs. Determine where lethal control would be effective, if at all. Determine barrier viability. What would the input and consult with the public look like, and how many touches would be appropriate? Develop strategies within current city policies. Do we want to look at strategies outside current policies? How volunteers and neighbors could be a part of the overall prairie dog management, including barriers and cost leveraging. I think we heard a big suggestion that they're here to help. How might that look like? How is this potential tool complementary, best complementary with Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations? Because we have 2 recommendations, one to move forward. We don't want to conflict. We want to see if they can be complementary. And the council motion differs from your motion and speaks to other elements that suddenly makes it a little bit more thorough and a little bit more complicated in certain ways. And how does that affect the process that we'd want to put in place? So those are last night at 1 a.m. thoughts. And I'm sure there's a lot more.
And I think we ought to be thinking about whether some of those are really not part of the expedited process. That's too heavy, in my opinion. That if we take on the full scope of all of these issues, there's no way we'd get it done. And not every issue is anything close to a crisis or whatever one wants to use to describe the state of the problem. So I think we're going to need to do, in my opinion, whether it's phase 1 or phase 2 or expedited versus regular or however we want to think about that, I think there's going to have to be some segmentation of substantive issues. We can't put it all in a single expedited process. It's going to be too much. And we'll end up failing to attend to issues which have a much shorter timeline associated with them.
Well, the one thing we could start off with is staff could provide us, again, relook at what our definition of expedited based on some capacities we know we're under, have a touchstone, and come to a definition that we think we could rally around about what expedited means, because that does set the first parameter. If we're talking about come to you guys in July and with the process finished, that's one, if we have a longer period, some of these other things can be put in, and where do we want to stop and where do we want to?
And one of the things I think we for sure need to think about is whether what I would call the neighbor issue is part of the expedited process. And I don't mean to diminish the impact of this on people who live adjacent to open space, and have written some powerful emails and testimony in person about the impact of this. But in some ways, it has a little bit less urgency than some of the things that actually threaten the loss of land. And, you know, I would at least raise the question whether the steps we would take to, what I would say, address the neighbor issue, where it's not what our dogs are doing to our land, it's what our dogs are doing to someone else's land, whether that needs to be part of the expedited process or can be, because that has all kinds of additional public outreach dimensions to it.
It does, but it also might be part of the solution, I think.
How would it be part of like the Boulder Valley Ranch solution?
Well, I'm thinking of J Road, for instance. I mean, if we could get the neighbors all on the same page and in collaboration, it seems to me it might have some benefits to.
We were meeting with one of our neighbors today, and they were they want to do something.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, okay, so we've got this kind of.
Did they have any ideas?
Yeah, and so we're going to cost share on a fence now. So, you know, it's those types of things, but I think that 11 miles of barrier fence, I mean, I think maybe we try to go for a mile of that on the you know, but what is the highest priority, and we have to kind of figure that all out, but.
I think that.
And when with, for instance, a barrier fence, we could address two things at once.
Yeah,
We could address maybe in a small scale pilot, we could address neighbor problems and lessee problems. And,
Yes.
you know, and so strategically we pick sites that.
Yes, we have at least one of those sites that I'm aware of, and there are probably several others.
Yeah, and on our Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation implementation, we've identified a pilot site too.
Yep.
So I think rather than sort through all of this tonight, my recommendation would be for the, you know, staff gets together, do the brainstorm, come up with, you know, some specific suggestions. Karen and I jump in, you touch base, and then we go from there. But I think it would be very helpful for you guys to inform the conversation initially so that we have a better perspective of kind of where you're coming from, what you think are
I
really
appreciate
the
that.
Yeah, and get the map out and.
Yep, and I think talking about first the parameters, what are we leaving in?
Right.
This is the substantive scope of the.
Yep, the scope, like, we got to come up with the parameters, because that's then going to define the timeline.
Right.
Yep.
I don't know if this was on your list, but the output, I'll make a quick pitch. I would not write a 50-page plan. This is something more like a motion, which, you know, will have a good bit of detail and support
map
for it.
accompanying it.
Yeah, but, right, depending on what the issue is. But this is going to have to be much more cut and dried. Now, we don't want to spend 5 months writing the plan. This has to be something that collapses to a manageable number of specific actions.
So you have confidence in Karen and I that we can do that?
We'll cut right through.
I'd also say.
I have confidence that the pressure of hard deadlines has a way of focusing the mind on what really needs to be done.
You don't like our OSMP 2 or 3 or 4 year timing planning periods?
We're committed to getting back to council in a timely way.
June.
One other related item that I would be looking to Karen and Dave for help with also is to consider how we are going to address the Parks and Rec issue, because I know that's going to be of prominence to them with the CIP, moving into the CIP.
And I've got some thoughts about that, too.
Okay.
That's what I woke up with this morning.
You went to bed?
I won't tell you what time it was.
I'm going to give you my initial thoughts to a month I just heard is come back to us in June. We'll come back to you in June, but I just want to temper, maybe we're going to make some good progress on these parameters and come back to you on that kind of stuff, but I don't know to the level of detail of what we can come back to you in June. So I don't know when you said June, what your expectation was, but.
Lower.
I've got the 1 or 2 page memo and the map in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that.
We'll talk when we get together.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. Once we kind of see the parameters, then we can kind of start making the call.
We won't be too unreasonable.
And I'd also add, I think this is what you're going to be discussing, but I don't know that this requires unusual steps beyond what we would do for, any number of other processes that we've done. Something like some community workshop or two to provide some information and some feedback, perhaps some, online or other tools to also get feedback, and presumably a study session where we really sit down and spend the evening going over substantive issues and react to them. I don't know that this needs to be, we're inventing entirely new ways of engaging the public. And we can also piggyback off the fact that there's a pretty good level of awareness building on this. Unlike some other things like a master plan that doesn't intrinsically grab people. This has been on the front page of the paper a few times already and will be undoubtedly several times more.
Yeah. I hear you, Tom.
So, I think you can.
And I will keep a very open mind to everything you just said. And
keep
I hear you.
The constraints of reality in mind for us.
Yes.
That's your job.
We'll end up at a good spot.
Okay, so I don't know if there's anything more on that or whether we're done with that matters from the department.
Yes, we're done.
Okay. So a few quick things on matters from the board. The GAC representative.
Nominate Andrea.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor? Done.
Andrea, did you hear that?
Yeah, if you're watching on TV.
Did you want to give a quick report?
Very quick.
Very quick.
We have this thing, and I'm just going to call out a few dates to remind us. May 20th, the draft is released for the master plan to the public. Okay? So I'll be sitting at your computers waiting for that to show up. Public comment on the draft, and this is one thing that the process committee did, is suggest extending the comment period through June 12th. So May 20th to June 12th, and that was partly because you've got the long Memorial Day weekend in there.
Well, June 3rd I have marked as a specific date.
What I think, Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think if you make if the comment makes a comment by June 3rd, we will incorporate that into materials that the board and council will get at the study session. We're going to be accepting comments through there, but it will be unable to be incorporated for the study session.
And just for, June 3rd is that Monday, correct?
Yep.
So we agreed that we would accept comments through the end of that day. To your point, yes, sorry, just reiterating. I'm tired too.
Right.
But if people are interested in providing input to revision of the draft, the 12th will do.
It's the hard deadline.
That's the hard deadline. And then we have the study session is the 11th. And then revisions to the draft.
And a public hearing on the 12th.
That's right, back to back on the 12th. So we've got the study session on the 11th and then the OSBT meeting on the 12th.
That's a study session on the 12th. People can make a comment during open comment period, but we're not having a public hearing on June 12th.
Not for the draft plan.
Why don't you guys do this?
You're doing great. Just that one clarification is there's a regular board meeting that night on the 12th, at which point anybody could comment during the open public comment section. Then after that meeting adjourns, we will have a subsequent study session for the board to discuss the master plan.
To do follow-up from the night before.
Joint study session.
Yep.
Correct.
The only other thing that I think was of significant import that was a change from the direction we were going, staff had proposed for our input the idea of suspending work on the guiding principles at this point until after the completion of the master plan. And I certainly concurred in that. I think the feeling was it was getting kind of rushed. It was a bit ad hoc because it wasn't something we had started planning for from the very beginning. And so I think these are still viewed as useful principles for implementation of master plan activities, but that we would not try to complete them and put them in the draft because we're basically running out of time and opportunity for public comment and et cetera. Is that fair? I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the last item is upcoming public meetings. We have that we should notice, we have the May 20th community meeting for Gebhardt ISP.
Right.
I think we should,
Yeah.
I think we should notice that one. Dave, you're good with that? Good. And then it's sort of somewhat open-ended, but there's open office hours for the master plan, draft plan comments on Thursday, May 30th from 4 to 7, and Saturday, June 1 from 10 to 1. I think all there too, since trustees may drop by and want to hear, we might as well, and just give ourselves the freedom to people to drop by as they wish. You also good with that? All right. Is there anything else between now and June 11th and 12th, our run of study sessions that we're aware of? Okay. So as usual, I'll request that the two previously named events be called as a special meeting of the Open Space Board of Trustees.
Agree.
Okay, you agreed. Yep. All right, that's unanimous. Anything else under any matters from the board? Do you want to wait for, give her proxy to?
No, let's adjourn.
Okay, it is done.
Live from Paris, on France 24.